Good morning. It is 9:30 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Because neither the Reeve nor Deputy Reeve are available today and are at the meeting right now. We will need to first appoint a chair for this meeting. At this time, I'd like to ask for nominations for chair of the Committee of the Whole meeting today.
I nominate Counselor Stastia, please.
Thank you. Any other nominations for chair of the meeting today? That's the second time, and then I'll ask a third time. Any other nominations for chair of the meeting today? Hearing none, can we get a motion to accept that Councillor Stasiak will be the chair of the Committee of the Whole meeting? Okay, that's Del Halleck, and that's right there, and all for the motion to appoint Councillor Stasiak. I see 1, 2, 3, 4.
Aye.
And Councillor Kapitaniak and Councillor Calahoo. The table is yours.
Thank you, Skeleton Council, for the appointment. I'm going to do my best. This is new to me, sort of. And so you may have to bear with me some of the resources I'm going to have to pull from our CAO here, but we'll get through this. I'd like to call the meeting. Well, actually, the meeting has been called to order. I'd like to read the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. I'd like to go directly to 2.1, approval of the agenda. Is there any additions? Okay. Councillor Chamzak moves the motion to accept the agenda. All in favor? And that's carried. 3.1, approval of the minutes from March 24th, 2026. Is there any additions, deletions, adjustments? Anybody? Councillor Chisholm moves to accept the minutes, or approve the minutes rather, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
That's carried. We're going to move to 5.1 as we have some delegations today, but they aren't scheduled till I believe 10 o'clock. Yeah, first one is 10. So we can start with 5.1, the CAO update. And that would be page 60 in your package. Okay, CAO, would you like to?
I'll just respond to any questions you might have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there any questions or discussions on any of the presentation that's in your agenda package?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor DeHolland.
Yeah, you mentioned with nothing on it, what's happening there?
Well, hopefully we have a report, Mr. Chair, to come to council in the next 30 days or so. This is about the Highway 63 Rescue Service, our ongoing discussions with Lac-La-Biche County and even Wood Buffalo. And what we do when our provincial grant expires. So we should have something to report back to council in the next 30 days.
Thank you.
You, anybody else? Councillor Chisholm?
Just a question, with our meeting that we had with the Lac-La-Biche County, has there been anything that's come forward from that meeting?
I haven't seen anything from Lac-La-Biche. I think that we intend to bring forward an action item for council in the next bit about what our next steps are. But I haven't heard from them, so we intend to reach out to them.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor Callahu.
Okay, I actually had this as a question in my counselor update, but I think this might be a more appropriate time to ask. So when our roads were untravelable, and I know it's been right, this isn't usual with the amount of snow and melt we have. It was brought to my attention, Road to Hope will not travel roads like that. It's part of their policy. And so I did have a resident reach out to me, and because we do have a tight knit, close community, we were able to figure that out. However, in the future, because we can't predict Mother Nature, is there a way, to connect maybe our community transport with Road to Hope so that they could maybe get that resident to a place Road to Hope's able to meet them at and get them, to chemo appointments or whatever it might be, just so I can direct that, I guess, better in the future.
Mr. Chairman, if that group wants to reach out to community transportation and have that discussion, we would encourage that.
Okay, I will get that happening. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is there any new updates on the Island Lake water line? Anything that we need to know about?
Mr. Chairman, we hope to have some progress updates for council in the next week. There's been some discussions. We seem to have had good discussions with the town, and we're working on an interim agreement with the town. And there's been some progress on discussions with the Water Commission. So we believe we are getting the answers we need so that council could make decisions moving forward. And we hope that to have something to you within the 30 days.
Good. Thank you. Is there any more discussion or questions for the CAO? If not, I'd like to thank you. And we will move then to department updates, 61 to 85 in your package. We're going to start with Director Dolly, is it? Or do you say Daly? Dolly. Yeah, there's no I there, right? So it's Dolly. Got it. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the report's in front of you. Nothing really to add, just basically our monthly kind of processes, etc. A lot of work on year end during March. Other than that, it's kind of our usual stuff for this time of year.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or questions from council? Go ahead, Catherine.
Just a quick question through the chair. On the last page of your report, you have attended a strategic planning priority setting with LT and council. I'm sorry, I'm acronyming and I just can't get it.
What page is that on?
Page 64.
Mr. Chair, sorry about that. That's just leadership team. I just should have wrote it out, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions or discussion? Mr. Dolly? If not, I guess you got off easy today. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we'll move to Director Ambley. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Not sure if you have any questions. Just want to update you that we've been busy hiring seasonal employees, and May 4th will be the orientation. So we're busy working with a number of departments, all of our stakeholders internally, health and safety, obviously human resources and payroll. So we're working on a combined PowerPoint presentation to make sure that we get our new employees on a good start. And I'm also pleased to report that we filled the HR manager position, which starts on May 11th.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Chamzik.
Just a quick question. Will that be all seasonal employees by May 4th?
The majority of them will be starting. We're still putting out offer letters as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that has any questions? Okay, I do. I was reading further down it's going to be Director Morton's report, I believe, that there's a possibility for the grass cutting crew to be lessened by, I think, 3 employees. Are we hiring those 3 employees through your group, or that's something totally different? Part of your
Chairman, maybe we'll address that when it's Director Morton.
Okay, no,
Thank
yeah, the question I was referring to though was when you say we've hired all of our part-time employees, I thought it sounds like a conflict somewhere's in there, but anyway, we're good.
Well, we've hired to carry out the business that council has included in the budget. So
Okay,
we included in the budget a certain level of service. I think the discussion later on is about maybe changing that level of service,
okay. got it,
adjustments up or down, but
got
this
it,
year's is locked in by budget,
got it. Great.
unless we change it to drainage, I guess. So
No, we're not going to talk drainage today, I don't think, unless later. Anyway, any other comments or questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Chisholm.
Good morning. Just in the administration area on page 66, you've got completed input on Lac-La-Biche County's compensation review. What is that?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, typically other municipalities reach out to every other municipality just because they're doing their own compensation review. So we worked with their consultant, filled out their survey, and it was pretty comprehensive, but between us and payroll, we managed to complete it before their deadline. And I believe Ms. Blair also had a section there on counselors' compensation. So that was completed, and we're currently working on a large Alberta wage and salary survey as well, which is very time consuming, but this is the time of the year when typically other municipalities or the Alberta or the Canadian government reach out just to kind of compare what the compensations look like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No more questions? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Now we move next to who's next here? Should I keep flipping here? Okay. 73 actually, isn't it? Oh, no, it is page 70. Okay, Mr. Morton, you're up. Thank you. Okay. Is there anything you wanted to start with, or you're just ready for questions? Anything you'd like to say about the water situation?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know what to say. It's quite it's quite a lot out there right now, and we are definitely having our challenges. The guys and gals are working as diligently as they can with steamers and track hose and little cats, just trying to get as much of the water flowing where it's supposed to go as possible. You know, I'm really hoping we don't get the rain that they're calling for, but you know, we are seeing some of the roads are starting to dry out. We're able to get the graders out on some of them today, so that's a positive compared to where we were Friday and Saturday. You know, we know there's going to be a lot of work to do, but we'll get it done.
I think I speak on behalf of council, we commend you for the efforts you're doing, because I can see a big target on your back at all times. So thank you very much for your efforts there. Councillor Chamzik?
Well, we as municipalities are all in the same boat. Speaking with some of our surrounding municipalities, we, in my opinion, are actually sitting pretty good. I really would like to thank you and the staff for troubleshooting. With 2,400 kilometers of road equals 4,800 kilometers of ditches, and you guys are doing an outstanding job of trying to mitigate and get ahead of a lot of the upcoming issues. And I just want to put it out there. Great job to you and the staff that have been working so diligently on trying to mitigate everything that you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dahlik?
Oh, you want to answer that? Oh, not much of a question. Okay. You know, with the seriousness of the ditches and the roads this year, are we going to be able to support, have we got funds to support that? Or are we going to get the money, have to get the money from reserves or whatever?
Through the chair, we're obviously using budget dollars that were originally planned for other things, right? When you look at the additional money that council had put into the budget, you know, to do some additional graveling, stuff of that nature. Well, and to make progress and to get our roads, you know, caught up where we felt we were behind on graveling over the last few years. That's probably not going to be a step forward unless we do something different. Right now, we'll have to use that budget allotment to work on the roads that we didn't anticipate we would be working on. You know, some of the roads that are in poor condition today were in good shape last year and were graveled last year. So, you know, those wouldn't have been scheduled for graveling this year, but they will be now. So, you know, we maybe won't take as big a step forward as we were hoping, unless we come back and revisit, you know, some budget allocations or even process of how we undertake graveling operations. So I guess to answer the question, I think we probably have sufficient budget to deal with what we're dealing with at the moment to get through this timeframe. Definitely, we don't have, you know, money for going out and undertaking significant ditching and stuff of that nature. But to pull the roads back together, get them dried out, get them graveled, you know, it's just we're going to have to reallocate those budgets that were maybe established for, you know, the 3-year gravel rotation. We'll be going back and repairing roads with it. And council will have to decide if you want to, I guess, amend the budget to still take positive steps forward with improving the gravel program. But for now, to manage this situation we're in, we will use the funds that are in budget.
Well, yeah, I certainly wouldn't, I don't want to see the gravel budget cut down this year. Have we got an emergency fund that we have for disasters like this? Or I don't even know if the government's going to come up with some money for disasters like this year.
Mr. Chairman, earlier this year, council revised the reserves and we do now have an emergency reserve. So,
Contingency fund.
yeah. And so we can, I'm sure we'll come back for some adjustments in the next 90 days, but we're just not there yet. And we're just going to do things. We have budget today. As Mr. Morton has said, we're going to spend it and then we'll bring something back to council and yeah, we'll see where it takes us. But in the interim, we're not holding off on doing anything because of a lack of funds. We're doing whatever is possible.
And I'd also like to add that considering the circumstances, actually, we're in a way sort of lucky that it wasn't a lot worse than what it is, as bad as it is now, but at least we do have some backup. And no, that's great. Councillor Chisholm?
Through the chair. Just to, I don't know, you get people talking and stuff. So one of the things, have we ever, as a county in the past, when we have an emergency like this, can we contract where we have people come in and help us to get ahead of the issue? Because once we get behind, it becomes a bigger issue. We need more gravel. We need all of this stuff. So I'm just kind of throwing it out there. But if we have an emergency budget, maybe that's something that we can look at in the future, is where we start contracting people or companies to come in and help us to maintain and manage these roads. Thoughts?
Through the chair. So we do that now. You know, we have contracted steamers that we have out assisting us. It still requires somebody, a staff member, to go with them. They don't necessarily know the county, right? So you have to have a staff member go with them. And so we do that. We have contracted equipment out there right now with little cats, dozers, where we can't get graders down the roads. We're using them to try and dry it out. So we have that ability today, and we use it when we can. We've tried to hire additional steamers. They're not available in this area. We were even, calling other communities, but everybody has the same issue today. So, if it was September, you could get a steamer anywhere. But right now, everybody's using them, whether it's industry or municipalities. We're all in a demand for steamers. So I guess to answer the question, yes, we do have the ability to bring in contracted equipment or services to help us. And, we do it in the winter with the graders. Right now, we haven't contracted additional graders because, some of the roads we can't even get down with a grader. So we have to, try and get them dried out a little bit before, otherwise the grader will make it worse. So, guess the answer is yes, we can do that, and we are.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, because that, people ask that question, so it's nice to have it come from you. So thank
For
you very
sure.
much.
Right, go ahead, Councillor Chamzik.
Just two really quick questions. Well, one of them is pretty operational, but on page 71, what are pile caps?
Pile caps?
Yes, underneath bridges.
So the piles are the, I guess the beams that you see coming out of the ground
Mhm.
supporting the bridge. And the cap would be the wood structure or beam that goes across the bridge to hold the girders on top.
Okay, and my only other question is, underneath the agricultural department, has there been any uptake with the grain bag roller that you're aware of? I have a meeting tomorrow and I'm sure I'll be asking that question then as well.
Sorry, I would have to.
That's fine.
ask
Thank
for-
you very much, Mr. Morton.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, concerns, discussion? If not, thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Director Wilkinson, are we going to be brief fairly?
That's up to you guys, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, thank you for that. I just want to make sure that we're kind of scheduling on time. We have a delegation at 10. So if we have to, I guess we can just discuss some of the stuff and come back after. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
I'm happy to answer any questions that
Okay,
committee
anybody,
has.
go ahead, Councillor Chamzik.
Through the chair, just a very quick question on page 75, underneath the economic development, when ongoing work with GoEast and to promote events in the region. Are we able to see that list or perhaps be able to add to that list with annual events that are localized that may have been missed?
Sure, yeah.
All right, you'd be able to email us a list, I'm assuming?
I can, yeah.
Wonderful, thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions? No more discussion? Got off easy today. Thank you very much, I guess. What we will do. So you have a question, Jack? No, go ahead.
Well, I do have a question, but I don't know if I should be talking to you or who. I've got a resident in the Wandering River area that keeps calling me complaining about having to pay $1,500 an acre for some subdivision, and I can't get it through to him. What's really happening, and you probably you know who it is. So how do I answer that?
I think that, I think what you're speaking about is municipal reserve. And so municipal reserve is cited in the Municipal Government Act as well as our policies. And so we've referred that individual to the Municipal Government Act as well as the policies. And I think that's all we can do at this time is give him the information. And, sometimes people don't always agree with what we do. And sometimes people don't want to take our guidance. But at the end of the day, individuals can make application for, whatever it is that they want. And it's our job to guide them through the legislation and the policies And then, you know, if they don't want to follow our lead, I guess, and our guidance, then we can bring that to the Municipal Planning Commission as is and give a recommendation to the committee.
So, yeah, what I'm talking about is $1,500 an acre is something that's been brought up and I've got emails on it. So do we charge $1,500 an acre for reserves? Or what's that $1,500? You know, that's the question.
So the $1,500 is in our fees and fee schedule
Mhm.
that's adopted by council and reviewed by council on an annual basis. So I guess the easiest way I can explain it is in the Municipal Government Act, it allows the municipalities to take money in cash in lieu of municipal reserve. So out in the country, we don't want to take municipal reserve. We are able to take cash in lieu. And we talk about this at the committee as far as when there's subdivisions. So if it's the second parcel out, and let's say it's 10 acres, municipal reserve is we can take 10%. So if it's 10 acres, it's $1,500. And it's a cost that is involved with subdividing. And it's a conversation we have with everyone. And there are some exceptions. So first parcel out is exempt from the Municipal Government Act as far as taking municipal reserve. First parcel out, anything greater than 40 acres and anything less than 1 acre. So it's a calculation that we do at the time of application.
So some of this land that I looked at is not worth $1,500 an acre. Is there an adjustment there, or, you know?
So it's been, in my time here, it's been discussed a number of times, that amount. Some municipalities use an appraisal. But then people have to pay for an appraisal on top of that. So some municipalities use it. Some are worth less than $1,500. Some are worth more.
Mhm.
And so this is sort of an average that was adopted by council in our municipality. And like I said, some municipalities for this purpose use an appraisal, but then everybody has to pay for an appraisal. So, you know, it's something we can certainly look at with council when we review at this time, or when we review the fee schedule, as far as what does that look like? And is it fair and equitable to all ratepayers?
So if we take a 10-acre parcel out, we need a 10% reserve, right? So that's going to cost us, or going to cost this gentleman $1,500 for that 10-acre parcel. Okay, so it's not, I think what he's thinking, he's got to pay $1,500 for every acre.
Well, in this particular case, I know that this has been clarified with this gentleman. And, you know, we encourage all potential applicants to come in and have a discussion with planning when they want to subdivide or when they want a development. Subdivision in particular, there's a lot of things that people don't intuitively understand when it comes to subdivision. And so we highly recommend that people come in and sit down with us and we explain it to them across the table. We encourage everyone to do that.
Okay.
And I would encourage council or committee members to encourage ratepayers to come in, sit down with us so that we can sit there and explain and show these things to applicants.
Yeah, okay.
And by the way, Jack.
Thank you.
Is that the first parcel out, or that's second or third, or what is that for him?
Well,
I
think he's going to split an 80-acre parcel and take a 10-acre parcel out of each one.
Okay, so that becomes multi-lots as,
Well, it doesn't, I don't think it becomes multi-lots. That wouldn't be considered a multi-lot subdivision, would it?
But, Mr. Chairman, Maybe we should resume this discussion in another
Yeah.
venue.
Great.
And I believe we
Yeah.
have a delegation
Are they here?
at 10 o'clock.
I would probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll move into our delegation. And Ms. McConnell, you'll be coming back after that. Thank you. Did you want a quick recess for a smoke?
No.
Okay.
If we have time.
Yeah, we're probably in between. Yeah.
But thank you.
Nine 43.
Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to our skeleton crew of council here today. I'd like to start out by introducing ourselves, as you as well. And if I can just interrupt a second. Councillor Capitania, you can see us, I'm assuming. Can we see you? Or you can see her? Okay, good.
Yeah, I
You can-
can see you just fine.
Okay,
You
good.
don't need to see me. I'm not.
No, just
I'm
for the
not opposed.
benefit of our presenters, they may have or may not have seen you, but that's fine. Anyway, we'll start, I guess, here to my right. Introductions.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Callahoo. I was elected in Division 9 north of the river.
Okay, thank you. I'm Councillor Stasiuk. I'm down in Division 1, Rochester area.
Hi, Kelly Chamsick, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Prospita areas.
Good morning, Lucille Chisholm, Division 3, so the Boyle area, Caslin area, Elscott area.
Good morning, Jack DeHolick, Alpac Wandering River area, Division 6.
Okay. And we also have our technical guy, Jordan Schenkelberg, and recording secretary, Leah Blair. And I don't know if CAO Beck is coming back. Okay. And then we also have Councillor Capitania, who
Good morning.
Yeah, she's there, but you may not see her from here.
Good morning, Councillor Kaptanik from Division 2.
Okay, thank you, Natasha. And yourselves?
Use microphone.
Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot to tell you, press the microphone.
So I'm Lisa Card. I'm the Alice coordinator for Alice Barhead West Alga Athabasca.
And good morning, Council. My name is Christine Campbell. I'm the Senior Western Hub Manager for Alice at the national level, and I support Lisa and all of the other programs that are running Alice across the province. So it's very, very much a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much for attending. So you can go ahead with your presentation.
Sure, thank you. So we're kind of making our rounds to all of our council partners, kind of following up on fall elections to make sure that our councils are well aware of the Alice program and the benefits it can bring to your community and the tool that it really is in your toolbox. My understanding is we have about 15 minutes, so I'm going to kind of rocket through things.
Yep.
If you want more information, we do have an Alice 101 session happening on Thursday this week. So if you want to dive in more, we can chat after. I can get you that information. So what is Alice? Let's talk about the kind of projects that we do first. So we kind of work at that intersection of agriculture and nature, really integrating nature-based solutions into the working landscape, specifically working with farmers and ranchers because they have a skill set that most Albertans do not, and that is growing things out of nature all day, every day. So we harness their that skill set and ask them to produce kind of a new crop on the landscape, really moving us beyond conservation and into the production of new ecosystem services. So we work on a really wide variety of projects. We have, I tried to kind of create an actual menu once, and it was over 26 pages long, and I stopped. The real crux of it is that producers can be incredibly creative. We ask them to look for areas on their farm that are marginal for agricultural production. So those little areas that are hard to get into or that are not producing as well as they would like, and think a little bit more creatively about how they could produce something like cleaner water, biodiversity, nutrient cycling, and that kind of thing. But what's really unique about Alice isn't the projects that we do. There's lots of great groups doing good environmental work. For us, it's really about the people and really recognizing that it is the people behind these projects that has value. So Alice is built on community leadership. Each of our communities has what we call a partnership advisory committee, or a PAC. This is the group that Lisa manages. And in your case, the Partnership Advisory Committee is actually a very unique and interesting municipal collaborative with Barrhead County and Westlock County as well. This really is the essence of the program. It makes sure that all of the decisions are local. It's not me sitting in Calgary telling you what to do, or God forbid somebody in Ottawa or Toronto telling us what to do. It's actual local producers. And for us, it's very important that producers are driving that. So at least 50% of the PAC members need to be farmers or ranchers themselves. Those PACs are supported, of course, by their program coordinators. You guys are so lucky because you have one of the most superstar coordinators in the entire program. Lisa is an absolute firecracker and so amazing at connecting with the producers. And of course, you're also supported by the national network of team members who are helping to bring in the money and make sure that the program has the robust accountable transparency that we all come to expect. So Alice, I kind of like to think of it as the farmer's market of ecosystem services. If you think about it, it's kind of like one door for funders to walk through, and they can access over 2,000 farmers and ranchers that are already actively doing this kind of work on the landscape. So it's an incredibly shovel-ready program. Likewise, producers don't have to shop their project idea around to a number of different potential funders and try to find the one that fits. And, somebody's interested in my carbon here, somebody's interested in my water here. Makes it very easy for everyone. So I like to describe our team of 3 that's moving us all in one direction. So I use the herding dog analogy because, I like dogs. So we have the producer. So the producer is offering establishment cost share. So getting their project in on the ground, they have some skin in the game. So that makes sure that the producer is selecting projects that make sense within their working landscape now and into the future. They contribute their ongoing maintenance. This part is really important to the Alice model because the Alice model recognizes that producer is putting in work year over year to maintain fence lines, check their watering systems, water their trees, whatever their project needs. And then the municipalities are putting in direct program support in terms of things like coordinator salary and indirect operational support, things like this beautiful boardroom when you host a PAC meeting here. Those are things that we can actually count as matching funds in order to leverage external dollars into the county. And then Alice, at the national organization, is also bringing in those things. We're providing you all of the program support and the program infrastructure. So there's no real program development to do other than localizing it. And then providing direct program support in terms of project dollars. So some of the indirect pieces that we help with are things like communications, fundraising support, verification to make sure that everything is third-party audited, making sure that we're engaging with the federal, provincial governments to recognize the value of ecosystem services and that kind of thing. Funders come into Alice for all sorts of different reasons. And that's one of the beautiful things is we're able to leverage all of these diverse perspectives and actually tie it to real tangible outcomes on the ground. So it makes Alice a very safe investment. I don't know if you've heard, but recently there's been some issues with companies like corporate social sustainability platforms. On a lot of them have pulled things off their website because there's some new laws that came into place talking about how claims basically have to be credible. Like, you know, what a novel concept. Those funding Alice are very, very safe because all of our funding is tied directly to the acre, and we can track that lineage all along. So we do draw a variety of funders into the program. We work with Lisa to develop that kind of funding process. We have an iterative process where funding can kind of ebb and flow based on availability each year, based on program success and the number of producers that are in queue. Lisa maintains a waiting list to help us go out and look for that kind of funding specifically to bring into Athabasca County. But yet we're also very nimble. So if there's things like weather impacts that are making it difficult for delivery to be possible, we have the ability to move things around within our system. Our funding that we're bringing in does have an expectation to be matched at the local level, whether that's directly by the municipalities or from funds raised locally. We can also count some of the producer contributions towards their establishment and that kind of thing. So we've I understand my stats are a little bit late because we're just into that end of fiscal year cutoff, but in 2024, it was $7.2 million directed directly into communities from Alice. Municipalities, as I said, are providing kind of that two-pronged approach. And really, this is all leading to a whole bunch of momentum amongst the program. So we are in 21 municipalities now and county. And just growing steadily in terms of acres. We have been working quite hard, engaging particularly with the province, being most relevant to Alberta. We've met with Minister Sigurdsson with agriculture. We met with Minister Schultz when she was Minister of Environment. We are seeing some of this pay off. Specifically, there's a new pilot program called the Ecosystem Services Grant Program. That is a new program specifically designed to reward Alberta producers for using a payment for ecosystem services model, which is very much what Alice does. It is just a pilot program, but we saw our language reflected back to us in the development of that program. And we are happy to deliver on it for them in their first year of the pilot this year. We were also trusted for the Resilient Agricultural Landscapes Program, which was a program under the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. Not in the direct project delivery. The province chose to do that on their own. But after the first year of delivering that, they realized that it's actually very difficult to adjudicate all these variety of projects. And they needed some help with that. The Alice PAC model was the perfect mechanism to help actually get kind of that local context. So we helped them with some of that program application support on the front end, helping producers. And because of that, their program was super oversubscribed, closed in 2 weeks. And the province was very, very happy with that delivery. We're also seeing these intermunicipal partnerships. I hold up Barrhead, Westlock, and Athabasca's partnership as a true model of success. I think it shows a lot of efficiency with the program. And of course, we don't do it in a silo. We actually have over 400 partners working with us across the country. So just to recognize that. Looking into the future, we have a new CEO, new as in she's been there for officially 1 year, as of 2 weeks ago. So we are very excited to have her with a new set of strategic direction. And what I want to leave you with is that Alice is an incredible tool in your toolbox to work with producers on private land using a real carrot model. And I don't think that there is any municipality in Alberta that is truly leveraging Alice to the fullest extent possible. There is potential to look at Alice projects as a solution when you're getting things like frequent culvert washouts or road washouts. If you're having erosion issues, beavers, of course, one neighbor loves them, the other neighbor hates them, that kind of thing. There is a lot of opportunity there, and Lisa's amazing at figuring out those details. So Alice works because it's local. It is taking decisions right here in Athabasca County. Producers that trust it because it's guided by producers themselves, and it's lasting. So we use an annual payment model to make sure that those projects stay in the ground and that the producer feels rewarded for their efforts and contributions to society here over there. Okay, sorry for talking so fast, but.
Well, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Councillor Chisholm.
What does Alice stand for?
Alice is actually just our name. It did stand for the original kind of like guidance document, called it Alternative Land Use Services, meaning that we could use the land in alternative ways to produce ecosystem services, but that means absolutely nothing to no one. And if I could change one thing about our organization, I would just spell LUS in lowercase letters.
Okay, so you're talking about some of these programs that I've never even heard about before. And I am a cow-calf producer in the area. How do we get the information?
Yeah, maybe that's a better question for Lisa locally.
Yeah, that's something that we
Please
always,
press your.
oh, sorry. That's something that we always kind of struggle with. I mean, we've done ads on Facebook, we've been in the newspaper, we try to get it out on the county's website. But honestly, what I find works best is kind of word of mouth. So as we kind of get more projects going on, maybe you'll see an Alice sign, you'll wonder what it's about, or you talk to a neighbor, maybe they've heard something about funding. But it's also kind of a bit of a two-way street. Like, people have access to what funds are available for fencing, like, you know what I mean? And then Alice does pop up. So it's kind of a way of, we try to get the information out, but we also hope that the producer would go and look at some stuff before they go and put in a $10,000 fence. Cause unfortunately I've had that happen before, where they come to me after the fact, like, oh, I fenced this off 2 years ago. I'm like, oh, I wish I would have reached you. Like, what happened? Like, but we are a bit of a newer community. We've only been doing projects on the ground. This will be our 5th year. So I'm hoping as we get more signage out and people kind of talk, that the word will get out that there is money available for certain projects.
Okay, so you're talking about funds available for fencing. What other funds are available?
Yeah, so we do a lot of riparian fencing and putting in solar water. So fencing off creeks, wetlands, lakes. Those are all examples of projects we have here in the county. We do beaver pond levelers. We got a couple of those in the county. Shelter belts. Basically anything. Oh, we have a couple projects where we're doing some like planting for wildlife. So putting in certain like haying crops that they're only going to hay once, that the producer then just leaves for wildlife forage for the fall. Anything that you can make a case that is kind of like environmentally important, chances are we could find some funds for it. But the most popular ones that we have in the county are beaver pond levelers, riparian fencing with the solar waters, and shelter belts.
Want to speak? No. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Chamsick. Yeah, Chamsick, sorry.
Hi there. So when you talk about the $7.2 million back in the communities, is that across the 21 municipalities?
So that one's a national.
Okay,
number. Yeah.
I didn't quite catch that. One of the things I'd like to say, first of all, thanks for coming out and having staff available for things like the Grassland Egg Fair, which Lisa happily attended. ASB conference she was also there, and I'm sure a million other different venues. With that, like that gives that opportunity for that one-on-one questions and answers to be asked, and it really highlights the work that you guys do. So I just want to thank you guys for being available to be able to come to some of those venues and get your name out there.
And to follow up on that, Kelly, I was gonna do some homework yesterday, but I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a little sick. So I didn't get to do it, but when I pulled some numbers last year, Alice Canada has given our community, so Barrhead, West Elk, Athabasca, over $400,000 in the last 4 years.
That's amazing.
That's a lot of money.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and those dollars are external dollars, right? Those are coming from completely outside of the county and coming into your economy.
Thank you. I've got a question, just for clarification. Do you participate in funding, or are you more of a resource entity where you would help producers get funding through grants and so on?
A bit of both. A bit of both. Lisa's an amazing resource because she knows everything. To put her on the spot, but Alice coordinators are generally very well versed in the variety of grants that are available. So when things like that RALP, Resilient Agricultural Landscape Program, comes out, Lisa's able to look at an application and say, yeah, this might be a fit for that. But we are also a funder in and of our own right. So I realized I didn't explain that very well, but the way Alice works with producers is we cost share with them to get their project established, making sure that they have skin in the game, but then they get an annual payment for managing and maintaining that project for the production of ecosystem services. Yeah, for the farmer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then in relation to your last page here where I see road washouts and things like that, does the municipality qualify for a cost share and like for road, like erosion and stuff like that, where we have situations that we have to repair? Can the county get involved in this?
Yeah, so it has to be like the payments go to farmers and ranchers, but where the county can leverage that is, if you're having frequent road washouts, we can look upstream of that at the private land and say, well, are there any opportunities for wetland restoration or improving the riparian areas around existing wetlands and water courses so that they act more as a sponge and slow that water down before it gets to the road? Those are good examples of natural infrastructure that can help to support your gray infrastructure, usually for pennies on the dollar compared to the gray infrastructure projects.
Okay.
And just to follow up on that, we do have a project that came about directly because of a road washout issue and a dispute between two neighbors and beaver issues. So there's an Alice project where we put in 2 beaver pond levelers to help move that water so that the culvert wasn't getting washed out. So
Okay.
I work closely with Ryan and Councillor Rob Mins to try to find some of these spots where we can kind of leverage the Alice program.
Right now, the last question I have is, do you have a local office? Like I've got some ratepayers that would be very interested in your projects. And so where would they get a hold of you? Through Rob or through
Yes.
give an office?
Yeah, so I work based out of Barrhead. I do work equally across my 3 municipalities. So you can give them my number and I'm always happy to take a call from Athabasca folks. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, where I know there's projects out here. There's lots of projects out here. How do we get the word out? So as counselors, if you can help me find some of these people before they go and put in a $10,000 project that I can't help them with at that point, that would be great. So my phone line's always open. I believe, I should double check, but I believe that my information is on the county website somewhere. But again, if people have to dig for it, chances are they're not going to find it. But yeah, I'm happy to provide my contact info for anyone who wants to talk.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you. Is there any other questions from any of the council members or?
And your phone number is?
780-674-8069.
And your last name, Lisa?
Card, C-A-R-D.
Card?
Card, C-A-R-D.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor DeHoller. You have a question?
So you work closely with environment, I take it.
Well, I work for the municipality, so
Right.
I don't work for the Alberta government.
Well, but in a lot of cases, say if you lake shores or creek beds and stuff, you'd be working with an environment. So would you be working with environment, or would that be up to, say, the farmer or the landowner?
Yeah, we usually tag team it, so if we do have to get a water act permit, it technically is on the landowner to get it, but a lot of times our projects don't really require it. So even when we're doing culvert crossings,
Right.
as long as it spans from shore to, or like from shoreline to shoreline, and we're not in the bed of the creek itself, we don't have to get a water act permit. So any projects where we're looking at things like that, I know that it's gonna take a bit more time, so I ask that the producers have some patience, because to get these permits in place sometimes takes a little longer, so, but just the nature of farming, people often contact me in the spring expecting to be able to do something a month later, and that's not really the way we work. Like Christine mentioned, we do have a wait list because this program is so popular. So basically, when I take a phone call this spring, it'll be to do a project next year. So that gives us time to get things like water act permits and stuff in place. But out of the entire of our program, we've only had to do that once. So most of our projects we don't really need to involve Alberta Environment or the feds.
But again, this is the real value of having a locally based expert who can assist your producers. So Lisa really is invaluable, and predates my time. I've been with Alice for 10 years, but prior to my involvement in ag, I was told that there were PFRA representatives regionally based, and they were kind of like a one-stop shop for producers to go to ask these kinds of questions. And all of that is gone. What we're finding is that we hear it time and time again that our producers say that their Alice coordinator really has become that one-stop shop and is their resident go-to for anything ag and environment related. So
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. I'm assuming there's no other questions. We're very close to our time. We have another delegation right behind yours. So once again, thank you very much for coming and making this presentation. We appreciate it and look forward to working with you. We do have Rob here, and he's not here today, of course, but he's our go-to person on council. So thank you once again.
thank you. And thank you, Council, for your support of the Alice program. And yeah, we look forward to continuing our work together.
Give me
Great. Thank you.
Good.
Ms. Blair is our next delegation here. Okay. Just wait. Does anybody need a quick break or anything? P? Okay, actually, Ms. Blair, if you could wait just a moment, bathroom break quickly. So 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Welcome to our county council, and we're going to start with introductions, of course, and we're going to start on my right.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Callahoo, Division 9, which is north of the river area.
As you remember, I'm Councillor Stasiak, Division 1 down in Rochester.
Kelly Chamzik, Grassland, Atmore, Prospita areas, Division 7.
Good morning, Lucille Chisholm, Counselor, Division 3, in the Boyle area, Caslin and Elscott.
Good morning, Jack. This is the Alpine one in the river area.
And we have our technical personnel, that's Jordan Schenkelberg, and our recording secretary, Leah Blair, and Bob Beck, CAO. He's in his office or someplace. Anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. On Zoom, we have Councillor Kapitaniak hiding behind the screen there somewhere. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. As long as you're aware that there's somebody on Zoom that'll be here. And of course, I know who you are, but if you'd mind to introduce yourself to the other councillors who may not have met you before.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Steve Price, and I'm still relatively new as the president and CEO of Portage College. I started on October 1st.
And I'm Donna Fliticek. I'm the Vice President Academic and Research at Portage College. And I've been there for quite a while.
Great. Thank you. So you go ahead if you'd like to do your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we sent a slide deck in advance that we probably built in October. So there may be a couple things that we'll go off script with. What we wanted to do is just an opportunity. My understanding is that Nancy and sometimes Donna, sometimes others would about once a year come and visit Athabasca County. And so we were wanting to continue that. This year, the primary purpose is just for me to say hello and to meet people. And it was great to have three of you out on last Thursday to our board meeting. And then we'll give a couple of slides of information. But then we just want to engage in a conversation and just the big question is, how can Portage County, College, help Athabasca County? So that's the seed that I want to plant. So a short outline for you. A little bit about myself. So I mentioned I started at Portage on October 1st of last fall. I had spent the 25 years previous down in Calgary, working at Mount Royal University, various roles. The role that I most recently was in was the Dean for the Faculty of Health, Community and Education. Prior to Calgary, though, I was in Fort McMurray. I grew up in Fort McMurray, did my own public schooling there, went to U of A, became a teacher, and then went back and I taught 7 years in Fort McMurray, 2 months of grade 4, and then 7 years of high school and chemistry, biology, computers, phys ed. When the opportunity to explore the opening at Portage came along, I had known the recruiter, Kevin Greger from DHR, which is the recruitment firm that Portage used. And he had been the one that placed me in the dean role at Mount Royal. So I had a relationship with him and he knew that I came from the Northeast. And so when the Portage opportunity came, he reached out, said, "Hey, Steve, I really think this is something that you should think about." Having grown up in Fort McMurray, having been a teacher there and coaching, I coached basketball and track and field and volleyball. Really good familiarity with the Northeast region, the Portage region. Traveling down through Athabasca, my dad loved to camp and to hunt, and then lots of times playing sports in this region, bringing teams as a coach. And so the familiarity with Lac La Biche, with Bonnyville, with St. Paul, with Cold Lake, and of course Athabasca was really high. Now, the 6.5 months that I've been at Portage, it has just reinforced for me that what an amazing geographic region we're in, and what an amazing time to be in education. Portage has been doubling their enrollment over the last several years. We're in the process of moving forward with some new programming. Donna will speak to some of those in a few minutes. And the people at Portage are just amazing. And one great example is just the relationships that my predecessor Nancy had worked really hard to form and to build and to nurture. And so I just very much am coming in and wanting to continue with the climate of collaboration, the climate of working together, and really a big focus on our internal and our external relationships. So a little bit about me.
Great, thank you.
Look at some numbers. So I can't read that slide, so I'm going to look down at my own little print off here. So we've got some data here about, so Boyle being in Athabasca County, we've had 38 students from Boyle attending across all of our campuses. Some of those were online. 58 students that call Athabasca County home attending, 170 students from across the county attending. And so we're really connected to this region. We've got people here that are enrolling, coming to Lac La Biche in some case. They might be going to other campuses or taking part of our programs that are high flex or that are fully online. Some of the examples of programs that we've had enrollments from include the welding, practical nursing, early learning and childcare, our social work program, educational assistant, open studies, academic grading, upgrading, the apprenticeship, electrician, and environmental science programs. Just some overall numbers. Our credit and non-credit enrollment is now, that number is probably not high enough anymore, but it's going past 1,500 total students with 1,700 online and off campus. As a contributor to the economy in the region, Portage employs about or over 370 employees, and we spend over 38 million in the delivery of our programs. The Alberta Post-Secondary Network does an annual analysis of the economic contributions of just existing. And so between our employees and the services that we engage in, whether it's contractors that we bring in or services that we purchase, we're creating over 30.2 million in annual spending in the region. The students themselves that are coming are spending just under $1 million annually. The economic impact from alumni is close to 80 million, and the total impact is about 110 million. And you can see there that over 1,000 jobs are being created because of the work from Portage with delivery of our programs and generating graduates that are going to contribute to the region. I'm going to turn it over to my Vice President, Academic and Research, to share a little bit about our programs. And again, the slide has some information, but Donna may go off script a bit too.
Yeah, so, we very much respond to what we hear from the communities in the regions we serve and what the needs are. Addictions counseling, the government of Alberta has lately done program expansion through putting specific money to certain pockets where they see need, and mental health was one of them. And we did apply for funding for addictions counseling under that mental health that had come out, and we're approved for that, and we'll be starting that this fall. We've heard from lots of communities that addictions is a serious concern still up here in the north, and that there is a need for people to specifically look at addictions counseling. Our trades has really expanded in addition to bringing back apprenticeship carpentry. We used to have it and we didn't have the seats. We're gone for a while, and bringing on heavy equipment tech. We've expanded. About 5 years ago, we had 82 apprenticeship seats. We have 272 next fall. So we've tripled our apprenticeship seats again in this region up north. There's a lot of development going on. There's a lot of construction projects going on. And so we've really expanded that. We have a lot more seats in electrical as well. We've brought steam fitter, pipe fitter on a couple of years back. So most of the construction trades we now currently offer. One of the things we heard really loud and clear, including from Aspen View School Division, is there is a real shortage of teachers in the region. So we jumped into the deep end of the pool, and we pursued our first degree. We don't have degree granting status at Portage College, so we've just gone through the review process for degree granting. We are just sending in our final submission. and are hoping to have our first degree in education approved, and that is a direct response to what we heard from the superintendents in the region. The other thing we advocated with Alberta Education a couple of years back about, Alberta is one of the few jurisdictions you actually need a Bachelor of Education. A lot of jurisdictions, people have undergraduate degrees in science, humanities, whatever, and then they get a teaching certificate as a model that's across other jurisdictions in Canada. And so Minister Nicolaides in Alberta Education has approved for this fall that model in this province. That means you don't need to have a B.Ed. You can have an undergraduate or be a journeyman or whatever and get a teaching certificate. And so we do have application in to being able to offer that certificate as well. And are just waiting on that approval. They had to make some changes in regulatory at the actual act itself that needed to be approved. And so we're hoping to be offering that as well, all in the in addressing the labor shortage for teachers in the region. We've brought on kinesiology as well last year, which was a lot of new folks on. The other one that's not on here too is computing sciences. We've heard again, we've never had computing sciences, but network IT folks are needed. So we launched that last fall. It's like 20 students. It's really was full really quick. And because health is such a growing area of need within the region, and we get folks, my first degree was in medicine. I didn't know what the heck I wanted to do and which stream I wanted to go. A pre-health sciences, which allows folks to take, the anatomy, physiology, the regular courses, whether you're nursing, physiotherapy, occupational, doesn't matter, would take to and have a chance to go out and do a placement and get a sense of what the different career pathways are to better decide if they want to be a paramedic or an occupational therapist. And so, so those are kind of how we're addressing the needs in the region. And our continuing education, of course, that's just in time. What do you need and how can we help you out? And we continue to offer that across the division as well, our region. And so we do try to, one of the things we really try to do is meet the student where they're at. And so for some folks, coming and uprooting and staying in housing in Lac La Biche doesn't just fit. They might have they're a single mom with 2 kids at home and they're working during the day. And so we do try to offer a blend of whether it's online, in-person, self-paced across a variety of different opportunities. And so our upgrading is like that, or early learning and childcare. We have almost 1,000 students in that program. It's our largest programs hand down. And the reason why is you do one course a month in the evenings. So if you are working during the day, you're not carrying 5 courses in the evenings. It's just one. September, I'm doing one course. That one's done. October, I start a new course. So just one set of assignments, one set of exams. So, and we're going to actually offer our education degree the same way so that people can get their degree when they're have a job and want to change career pathways. Our UT courses are offered that way. We do have a MOU with Aspen View School Division that allows high school students to take university courses while they're still in high school and kind of get a leg up on things. Our pre-health certificate, and we have micro credentials as well. And then our emergency medical services, paramedic, EMR is all online. They just come on site for the labs, as is apprenticeship electrician. That happened with COVID, and folks said, we prefer that. We don't want to come, and we all just come in for the labs. And so those programs run that way. Did you want to talk about research?
I think you should.
Okay.
You're
Okay. The other thing we launched here about 2 years ago was we really, Portage College really wasn't doing a lot in the research realm. Sorry, let me advance the slide here for you. So we, one of the things is to serve the region, but we have a lot of expertise. We have people with advanced degrees in a variety of fields with degrees from overseas, across Canada, Queen's University, McGill, U of A, U Victoria, wherever it might be. And we see a lot of folks in the region going out and getting consultants. Can you help us solve this? Can you help us solve that? And really, we have a lot of expertise at the college that's really undertapped and not overly utilized. And so we looked at kind of the areas that in particular within the Northeast, and, things like rural economic development, things like environment. One of the research projects, for example, that's undergoing right now is wildfires. We have a gentleman who's one of the leading fungi experts, mycology experts in Canada, who's actually got a research grant right now to try to seed fungi into deadfall in the forest. what that does is increase the moisture content in the logs, and then the burns aren't as severe if a forest fire goes in. And so to try to control forest fires by actually using fungi. And so those are like interesting things we're doing. We looked at the discrepancy between the services for palliative care and social work support in urban and non-urban centers, so that people could use that information to lobby government for more supports within their communities. And so those are the types of things we're looking at. I will leave with you, this is our inaugural research publication, which has the research projects our folks that our institution have undertaken, to kind of give you a sense of the things that we're doing. And so we're always looking for partners on research. If there's something that you folks are interested in and really would like to see looked at, or we're always willing to have conversations around that.
Go ahead. Thank you.
We're almost done.
Okay.
2 slides left.
Go ahead.
Very quickly, the Board of Governors adopted a new strategic plan for the college last spring. And so we've been working this year to roll it out throughout the institution. And so we'll wind that up in about a month at our faculty professional or our college-wide professional development day. Basically, this slide just gives you an overview of the high-level things, but the bottom boxes talk about our 4 goal areas. And so a couple internally focused, being more agile, improving processes, but absolutely goal number 2 is expand our community-driven innovation and impact. And so some of the programs, some of the research, some of the continuing education opportunities are all about how do we make a difference with innovation and impact in the region. And so I wanted to share that with you. And then the final slide really just talks about some of the new initiatives underway. We've mentioned some of these already. We talked about the degree granting status, that degrees coming. I want to remind you that we do have a program for which the purple tickets, which allow for free courses that if council wants to take classes, you get 1 free course a year that's available for you through our continuing education offerings. And then know that we've scheduled time with the Village of Boyle, just talking about our campus there. So we had the heavy equipment operator. We've wound down that program, but we still have that space, and we're looking at Boyle's very interested in talking to us about, what can we do? How can we work together? How can we both have an economic impact there, but also how is it valuable for us in regards to delivering programs? So that conversation's ongoing. So thank you very much. It was great to have a chance to come and chat today, and we'd love to answer any questions you have or engage in a conversation.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have questions myself, but is there discussion? Councillor Chisholm, sorry. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Well, welcome aboard. Nancy, that's big shoes to fill, so good luck. She was my neighbor and friend, so it's nice to have you on board, and it's nice to know that you're from the area, so that's good to hear. Now, when you're talking about your apprenticeship heavy equipment technician program, and I know you used to have the technician program heavy equipment in Boyle, so where are you doing this now?
We had the heavy equipment operator program at Boyle. So it was, so folks there would learn actually how to operate a grader, how to operate an excavator, how to operate a dozer. The heavy equipment tech never ran out of Boyle, the actual like apprenticeship trade. It ran out of Lac La Biche, and we have period 1 and period 2. And so it's running out of Lac La Biche.
Okay, so that running out of Lac La Biche, are they still getting on heavy equipment?
Well, it's the mechanic though, right? It's not the operator, it's the mechanic.
Okay.
So they're in shops, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Well, thank you very much for inviting us down for the luncheon. It was really great. Your board of directors are amazing. I really like that full open concept, and they were very forward thinking. When we talk about regional approaches and everything else, you guys do a great job of getting out and through our Aspen View School, the dual credit programming. And I very much appreciate having that information coming home to me through my children and beyond as well. And also with, when I think about doing the regional collaboration with the village and everything else, I think you guys are doing great work and it's great to have you guys out here and looking forward to seeing you guys in the future as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor DeHollick.
Yes, good morning, welcome. You're dealing with, what can you provide to a new company, say as like Red Wolf? Are you working with them regarding manpower or development, or what's your role there?
Yeah, well, so Red Wolf specifically, we've had a chance to meet with. They've met with people at Portage several times, but in December, they met with myself and our VP of students and campus, Bev McGabry. McGabry, thank you. What they were talking about was both possible use of some of the land that Portage has, and they talked about what programs we might have that might have connections. And they're looking at a variety of things, and I'm not sure exactly what I'm allowed to share or not, but they very much have programs that they would want students to participate, either whether it's work integrated learning, practicum, and definitely they were interested in some research possibilities. So our faculty members working with our students to look at research questions. So I think that's a great example. So thanks for asking about that one.
Thank you. How about your oil and gas in the oil and gas field? Are you doing any work with say companies like, I think it was Black Pearl at one time, or other companies?
Yeah, I'll let Donna speak more comprehensively. I know that definitely they're wanting our power engineers, they're wanting some of our other trades, and some of our faculty, I think, are doing some work.
Yeah, and so primarily to the new business into oil and gas, most of that's Con Ed, right? So our continuing education. So with new businesses, we have 140 different micro credentials in business that folks can take, from leadership to bookkeeping to whatever. That can be custom packaged. And then with oil and gas, most of our work with oil and gas tends to be safety training, safety tickets. We do a lot of on-site there's that people have to have before they can get on site. We do our class 1 or class 3 driving as well, that heavily supports that industry. And then the power engineering is the primary one in terms of oil and gas. And our students all go on placements in the region with Synovus, primarily, CNRL, the Imperial, up at Imperial Mills, those type of places, right, is where a lot of our students get placed.
Yeah, okay, good support. Okay, thank you.
And now for my questions. I actually have a comment first, as I'm quite excited actually after our last meeting there that you offer quite an extensive variety of programs for the technical side, like NATE type of stuff that's more hands-on, because certainly gives opportunity to those students who either don't qualify to go to NATE or they're on a waiting list because of population, stuff like that. And that's a nice system you have going there. The question I had also was with the teachers programs and things like that. Is normally a teacher would go 4 years to, say, university. Is yours a 4-year program, or is it something lesser than and then upgrades after that?
There's a 4-year degree pathway, but if folks have another credential, so let's say they have their early learning and childcare certificate, whatever, there's pathways in that shorten it for them.
Okay.
So it just depends on what they're coming in with. But if somebody's fresh out of school and they don't have any post-secondary at all, yes, it's a full 4-year degree.
Okay.
But there's different entry points in depending on what somebody might have for another credential previously.
As well as if they want to extend it beyond 4 years based on correspondence, we'll call it, or online learning.
Yeah, like with
So that
any,
would
with
get to
any
extend.
degree, like, you don't have to do it full time. You could do it part time or whatever. And you can take up to 7 years to finish the full 4 years of the degree if you make it. Yeah.
And my last question is, do you offer a course for counselors, specifically newbie counselors, to better understand how to read a budget, how to understand a budget, how to...
That goes back to those micro credentials that I was talking about, those 140 business micro credentials, and we have packaged them for some of the nations previously when they've had new counsel come in, and that's definitely something, if you're interested in, that our folks from the continuing education office or business program can work with and say, what specifically are you looking for? And then they can tailor out of those 140 like suites of things. Well, really, course A, B, and Z would work really well for what you folks are looking for.
personally, from my perspective, I would be very interested in taking a course like that. Not, well, we learn as we go here, we
Yeah.
go to RMAs and such, but if we could take even an online course for,
Yeah,
My-
they're all online, those courses, and you can just kind of package them.
right,
different
and
ways
just
to
so that we
find it.
better understand, and when it comes to learning the budgeting, then we would need money if you have to,
Yeah.
to support it. But
Yeah.
at any rate, we are running very close to our time here, and we have another delegation coming in. So I'd once again like to thank you very much for attending and your presentation, as well as what Councillor Chamzik said. We certainly enjoyed the Thursday meeting there. It was eye-opening for me. I'd never really been much to do with Lac La Biche, and your establishment. It's awesome. It's incredible. Keep up the good work. Thank
And
you.
I'll just leave this here for you folks. If
Great.
You want to take a look at some other things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate meeting everybody. And I know Nancy usually did a spring tour. Being that I'm meeting with you kind of in the spring, how about we come back in early fall? Would that work for the council?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
Great.
flexible.
thanks
Great.
everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you once again. Okay, do you need a smoke? Okay, we're gonna just, yes, we can do 5. We're running. Sure, if for those who would like to smoke, break, bathroom break, we'll recess for Are you on? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Committee of the Whole meeting. And I'd like to start out this morning by having introductions, starting on my right.
Welcome, nice to see you again. Cody Callahoo, Division 9, north of the river area.
Kelly,
Oh, they know me, but anyway, I'm Ken Stasiak here, Division 1, Rochester.
Kelly Chamzik, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Prospita areas.
Hi, good morning. Lucille Chisholm, Division 3. I'm from the Boyle, Elscott, and Caslin area.
Good morning, Jack DeHollick, Division 6, which is the Outback Wandering River area.
And we also have our technical support team here, Jordan Schenkelberg, our recording secretary, Leah Blair, and our CAO, Bob Beck. And we'd like, I was just going to say, we'd like you to press your button on your microphone when you speak.
Okay, I'm George Hodgson. I'm with the Friends of the Rochester Library.
Okay.
And I'm Jan Keith, and I'm also with the Friends from the library.
And I'm George Ellen. I live at Rochester, and I'm with the Friends of Rochester Library.
Okay, and we also have, I believe, is she here? Oh, she left? Okay, we had Natasha Kapitaniuk online, but she's gone for now. Maybe she'll be back, I'm not sure. Okay, go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will do the presentation, and Jan will answer, excuse me, will answer most of the questions, should you have any. I'm going to kind of set the table here just by probably telling you something that you already know, that Aspen View School Division sent a letter to the Rochester Library, and that letter was dated on January the 27th, 2026. And that letter stated that the library must vacate the premises at the school and remove all assets by January 27th, 2027. And something that I'll probably say a few times during this presentation, that we're coming up to 9 months between now and the 27th of January of 2027. This presentation will cover what the library does, a few statistics regarding the library, what the library means to Rochester and surrounding area, and what has been done so far by the Friends of the Rochester Library, what we are in need of, and finally, what is our ask of the county. Did I say something? No. Okay.
Sorry.
So first of all, what does the library do? Or more pointedly, what is the programs that it offers? And just to name a few of them, there's an adult book club, of which I understand there's 4 or 5 people belonging to that or more. Story time for children of any age. Something called Rhymes That Bind, a Lego club, craft and chat, paint night, or trivia night. These items are not just on paper. They are things that people are currently attending on a regular basis. As well, some homeschoolers that don't have access to a library use Rochester either for materials that are currently at the library or through interlibrary loans. Some usage stats for 2025. There's over 10,000 items in the library, including DVDs, books, magazines, etc. 1,500 items went out for interlibrary loan. Almost 2,000 items, this is for 2025. Almost 2,000 items were checked out. 650 items were borrowed from Rochester Library by interlibrary loan. So in other words, by libraries elsewhere in Alberta. Over 1,700 people visited in person over 2,700 people visited the website. There were 611 precisely Wi-Fi sessions, which are for people that might be having trouble with their computer, that might not have good Wi-Fi in their home, or simply having trouble filling out various government forms and whatnot. And there's 130 cardholders. So you think about that. There's what, 72 or 75 people in Rochester. And I know that that's drawing from outside, the surrounding community, but that's still, 40% higher than the number of people in the hamlet. What does a library mean to Rochester and the surrounding area? Well, Rochester has lost almost all of the hubs where people meet and greet their friends and neighbors. In the last number of years, they've lost the hotel, the curling rink, a cafe, and of course, most recently, the school. The only regularly staffed hub left in Rochester is the library. If Rochester Library didn't exist, the next nearest library service is 25 to 35 kilometers away. And in all likelihood, a lot of people that are attending these programs that I mentioned earlier, they're probably not going to drive to Newbrook or to Grassland or to wherever to attend something similar. What has the Friends of Rochester Library done so far? Well, the Friends comprise of, I would say, a rather large group of people. Regularly, Friends meetings and town halls range from anywhere from a dozen to at least 25 people. Some fundraising has been done, and some work has been done regarding grants to help fund a new library. A lot of planning work has been done as well. So what do we need? Well, essentially, we need a new location. Grants are going to be needed to fund a build or to drop a building on a new site. And some of these grants do require matching funds. And matching funds can take, volunteer hours can take the place of matching funds in some cases. The building itself should be about 1,800 square feet to include space for the 10,000 items that I talked about earlier, space to put on the programs that I also listed earlier, a very basic kitchen, and a handicap accessible bathroom, as well as a mechanical room. So what is our ask? Well, we have been told on a number of occasions that the county is willing to help. So this is us asking for that help. We need a location, someplace to put a building. And that should include utility hookups. Much of what we need to do next hinges on having that location. Building grants are much more difficult to secure if you don't have a place to put a building. Urgency, like I mentioned earlier, we're coming up on 9 to be in that location. Not 9 months to put a building up, 9 months to be in. Once we get the location, then serious grant writing can start. And we actually received the other day from a group in Perryville a letter of intent to donate a decent amount of money to us. That letter of intent is dependent upon us having a plan. And in order to have a plan, we have to have some place to put our building. So my question is there land available from the county in Rochester? And my understanding is that there may be more than one location. It seems to me that next to the fire hall would make the most sense. It's central. It is, right across, more or less right across from the only other business in Rochester that regularly attracts people, which is the post office and the store. The assistance to the library, this form of assistance, really would cost the county probably the least of any form of assistance that we could ask for. So what we're ultimately asking is for a patch of land. We're asking for an expedited decision because of the aforementioned time crunch. Of course, a positive decision is obviously the preferred decision. So that's our presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Does anybody? Go ahead, Councillor Kalu.
Thank you for coming and thank you for having done that research with all those stats and stuff, and those numbers are overwhelming. I grew up in that small community and it just shows overwhelming support. Thank you for also you know, kind of putting the cart before the horse, because yes, you do need somewhere to put that in order for, you know, that cart to continue moving towards the horse. And I am in agreement that next to the fire hall makes the most sense. There's already power hookups and those amenities, so I would be in favor of that.
Is there anybody else that has any comments? Go ahead, Councillor.
You had mentioned earlier, there were several businesses and a store and you say a cafe, a restaurant that was shut down. Is it possible to have a look at one of those buildings? Would that be big enough, or would that work?
No, we've looked into that and those buildings are, would probably be condemned. Yeah, the one building that used to be the hardware store, yeah, there's the problems with the foundation on that one. We sort of thought there was a passing thought of the curling rink that's left there, but it just wouldn't suit us. The bathroom is in the basement and it's been vacant for a number of years, so it would cost more to fix that one up than it would to build it or get a new building.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Chamzak.
Well, first of all, thank you guys very much for coming. It's very, very important that you guys do come. Just so that just for clarity, so having this land will help you obtain grant funding for application and information purposes, and that's what you guys are primarily seeking right now. Okay, with that, I'd also like to say, having the opportunity of being the chair of the Athabasca County Library Board, being able to attend some of those Friends Up meetings, I also would like to say I very much appreciate the activeness and dedication of this board during both of those meetings. There was at least 20 people plus per meeting, and many that have sent their regrets. So with that, I also would like you guys to know I appreciate the dedication of this board, and we will be discussing this later on in the agenda as well.
Thank you. Actually, I can reiterate that you're on our agenda a little later this afternoon for discussion. And so it will be discussed. Now, some of the questions that I had, and I can't speak for council, that has to be discussed amongst all of us. But one of the thoughts that crossed my mind is if the municipality was to support in, say, cleaning okay, I'll start one step back. The Ag Society apparently owns the land that's, or has control of the land where the curling rink is. Now, like I said, I can't speak for council, but if we participated as well in cleaning that site off, would that be any of your preference for a site and prepping it for that location?
Yeah, it would be, but the fact is that right beside the fire hall, none of that prep work needs to be done. You know, the utilities are there. It's a nice flat space. There'd be lots of parking available. I think, you know, the only thing that worries me about the fire hall is I think there'd have to be lights installed. You know how they are
Up there on top, or
yeah, so that but they should be there anyway because that's the main street.
yeah, well, the infrastructure is actually there at the curling rink presently. It just has to be scraped clean and get rid of that old building so you'd have a starting point. In terms of the landscape itself, I drove by there yesterday and I noticed there's some drainage ditching that's going on adjacent to the fire hall on both sides. So, you know, like we'd have to do some land work there as well. Yeah. So, I'm not siding one way or the other. I'm just asking if you have any preferences or you have options or.
I think we have considered that, but we came up with idea that the fire hall would be a better solution.
Location.
Plus,
Okay.
it's more visible as well.
Right. Okay. No, fair enough. Councillor Callahan?
Just to jump in here and sort of back up what Mrs. Key's saying, having the privilege to go to one of those meetings, I will say they have looked into all of that, and there is a lot more pros having municipal land donated in the way of security, leases, rent, just having it there in the future. There's just more security, and it makes more sense working with the county that way than leasing, renting, so forth, right? Because that can fluctuate, and then the county library board and council members would have no control over some of that.
Okay, so having said that, when she referred to donating, leasing, etc., are you at all open to a 99-year lease or anything like? Is that an option too?
However it works out, I don't know the logistics of that, but however it works out, that's, we'd have to look at that.
My apologies, sorry. This would be coming to the fort as well.
Correct. I understand that. Yeah,
And also I agree with when it comes to location, you nailed it, when it comes to security. And it's also a hub, so being in the downtownish quarter also makes sense as well.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add another thing that kind of, excuse me, that favors the fire hall area. I did leave one question open. I thought somebody might ask it, like, where do you expect to be in, the library expect to be in 3 to 5 years? And that's not an easy question to answer. But I think that if you have it next to the fire hall, just in that downtown hub, if you can call it a downtown hub, right across from the store, with a big sign on the side of the building, it says, Rochester Community Library. I think you might find that more people will actually make use of it.
Right.
To be honest with you, I moved back into the general area 6 years ago. And it was 1.5 years ago that I realized that there was a library there. And it's because it's off of the main beaten path that where people would normally go in Rochester. So I think that, where are you going to be in 3 to 5 years? Well, I think we might be in a little better position in 3 to 5 years with it there. One thing that I do know, though, is if we don't have a library, Rochester won't be what Rochester is now in 3 to 5 years. That I think you can be fairly safe in saying that.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Dolick.
Saying 3 to 5 years, like, where do you, I don't know where you expect to be. Are you looking, say, for a portable building, trailers? Are you looking to stick build, or, what is, I guess, depends on the finances, I guess.
We've looked at all of that. We've looked at mobile units that are brought in by, and one of the ladies in the group has done some investigating to the various manufactured home areas. And we've also considered a stick built. We just, if we get the land secured and we can get some grants, then we can sort of know where we're going to go from there.
I think it's also important to note, though, like, as you said, the acquisition of property is number one so that you can move beyond that point.
Yeah.
How it's going to be built and what's going to be there beyond, that's another topic for another day, apparently. But no, I understand what you're saying. And personally, I have full support for your group, because it is important to Rochester. I was involved in part of the decision of the school itself, which I had anticipated might be an asset to the community, but the council decided in a different direction, and that's fine. But as I said, when it comes to the library, I've attended some of your meetings. I've taken my grandchildren there for various rhymes that, or whatever that was called, Rhymes That Bind, and story time and all those things. And it's huge important, and I think it's definitely worth focusing on and expediting for sure, because I understand that time is going and 3 months have already gone by. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and and I do think that the next step will be seeing what we can get for grants. And we already have one of our younger members of a group working on the grants now. And that's the one thing that he said, you know, it's much easier if we say, hey, we've got this patch of land. Now we need to put something on it and it's going to cost us X number of dollars. What can you, whoever it is, United Farmers, you know, the provincial government, on and on and on. But without a place to put anything,
Right. So
it becomes much harder.
just a quick question then. In order to expedite this, do you need a letter of commitment or do you actually need a title and perhaps CAO
I
maybe?
think a decision, you know, maybe a letter of commitment, much like this letter of intent here
Okay.
that we received from this group in Perryville, right?
Okay.
Because I think we're pretty confident that that money is going to come, and it's not going to build a building by itself, but it's
You're right.
it's a start. I think we're confident that that money will come as soon as we have a letter of intent, and I think a letter of intent from the council would.
Yeah.
Would you agree that that would?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not really sure. We don't know the logistics of the whole thing, whether you would need a lease or whether we need to pay taxes. We don't know any of that. So
We will be discussing this
that's
project.
great. That's mine,
Go
I
ahead.
think.
Yeah, go ahead, Council Talbot.
So just a couple comments and one of those when it comes, I don't know how to just say, like, yes, you guys can have this parcel of land, but we do have some experts in this room that later on when we're discussing it, we can figure out those logistics. And just another pro I wanted to point out with the location you guys are seeking is it's not off the beaten path. And being an ex-resident that only goes to visit my family for things like the Rochester Fair with, you guys need to go to that parade, like it puts some of the bigger town parades like out of the water. It'll be right there where people can see it.
Yeah.
Right, those days nobody goes up to like the current location, so that is another pro, I think.
Yeah.
I'd just like to chime in a second here. Councillor Kapitaniuk, are you with us or you're not here? Your name is on the screen, but are you?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, do you have any comments on this at all?
Well, actually, thank you for asking. I wasn't going to make any comments until we're at the appropriate place in the agenda. But
Okay.
I do definitely think that motion needs to come out of that part of the agenda to refer this to council so that all council can have some input. And I have an inkling that we may want to invite our guests back for a second time for all of council to hear it before a decision is made.
Great. Okay. Thank you for your comment.
But thank you, everyone, for attending today.
Okay. Okay, is there any more comments or questions? Councillor
I just want to make a comment. It is really important to keep that library in Rochester. So it's in order for a community, a hamlet to stay alive. So I know we will try to do what we can to help you, but that decision will be coming in later. So
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Later in the
And yes, it's very important to all of us.
Any other comments, questions from anybody? Councillor Dollock?
Well, yes, I think it's really important for that library in Rochester because not only have you got Rochester, you've got the surrounding area, you got, Tawatna stuff. There's quite a large population that, like you mentioned earlier, that comes from outside Rochester. So yeah, it's a perfect idea.
Go ahead. Okay, Councillor Chamzik?
Just gonna leave with this, remember that the library board is its own legislative board as well.
Yep.
And I personally agree, that the geographic location is, very important to residents in the area. But I just want to make sure that that is
Yes,
clear to
for sure.
council as well.
Yeah. Council is involved in the land part as support. As Councillor Chamzik has said, it's the library board that that brings their presentation back to council for further support. Okay. And before we close, I just also like to say I am fully aware that a lot of young people have moved into the Rochester area way back when the school was still functioning, anticipating there would be a school there for their children. And yeah, they do utilize the library. I've been involved partially with them in going to these meetings, going to the programs that are involved in the library. So yeah, as far as my point of view, I am certainly in full support. And like I said, we'll be discussing this here later this afternoon, and we will be getting back to you at some point. And as Councillor Kapitanic suggested, maybe having you reattend a meeting at some other point and clarifying things. But anyway, I want to thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate you coming in, and hopefully we can help you. All right, thank you. We will take a brief recess. You needed a smoke?
What time would you like us back at?
How long does it take to smoke? Okay, we'll reconvene here at 20 minutes to 12. welcome back. We're going to be just briefly going over, that would be 5.3 on your agenda. That's going to be councillor updates. So we can start with, who wants to start? Okay, Councillor Callahan. Sure. Okay.
So mine's a little short this month, but not that I haven't been busy. I just recently got back from the EDA conference. I made some very valuable connections. I learned so much. I went to workshops, seminars pertaining to many topics connected, obviously, to economic development. Stay tuned for my report. It's going to be a long one because I took everything I absolutely could. I had some very full days, but it was awesome. Also, I just wanted to give a shout out to a group of residents in Division 9 who have been busy making some baskets to welcome the many newcomers who have moved north of the river. And I just wanted to thank everyone who's donated pamphlets, information sheets, swag, other valuable items to give people a warm welcome and just that information of where to go for what sort of needs. I think that's valuable because these people, we have over 12 residents that have 12 families that have moved in from outside of the county just to my division. So I think that that's awesome that these ladies got together and thought to do that and do the old school welcome wagon. And I just, like all of you, I've been receiving calls and emails with concerns with the road washing out, the frozen culverts, the whatever, but most people are very understanding to the fact that Mother Nature hasn't been helpful, and they're very grateful that help has been coming when it can. That's it.
Great, thank you very much.
Hi there. I've been fairly busy with roads committees, had an excellent luncheon with Portage College as well. Really great to see that they showcase their facility dual credit programming, and their communication is amazing. And it also viewed the educational from a rural regional perspective. In the community, there was a garage sale in Grassland, met with Friends of the Library in Rochester, and Soup for Seniors also in Grassland. I know everyone wants to talk about roads. The double digits are playing havoc on our roads. I am aware and have been fielding calls as well. However, I do want to say, echoing Councillor Callahoo, most people are pretty understanding and know that they have to wait till it dries up. I see trucks everywhere, steaming culverts, unplugging culverts, steaming roads. I really appreciate the work and the issues that they're working on. With 2,400 kilometers of roads, it equals 4,800 kilometers of ditches. And they work hard across the county. And other than that, May 23rd in Grassland, Alberta, the Grassland Volunteer Fire Department is hosting a car show and recruitment. And so come on down. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I have been underneath a hay bale literally for the last 2 months. So I feel I haven't been probably the greatest counselor out there, but calving, I think I got 10 left, so I am good to go. So in saying that, I mean, I have attended meetings that were required to, and I did miss out on the Portage College last week because of the storm and the cows called. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to go to that. But saying that, I have met with the village of Miawatha and Bondus and the residents of Skeleton Lake. They're waiting patiently for the letter that's to come from our county, and they're really wanting to move ahead with the updating of the area structure plans. So, of course, I have a very group of people that really want to do something with the lake. So there's lots of associations as well, Friends of Skeleton Lake, those kind of things that have done stuff in the past, and the information that they have is really quite lots. So they're really looking forward to being able to move ahead. They would like to have the town also involved in future meetings, just because, let's face it, Skeleton Lake, it's a big economic drive for the Boyle area, so they would like to see that. Another exciting committee that I'm a part of is the Regional Healthcare Attraction Committee. So April 14th, they had the high school skills days at the multiplex. They used the curling rink in the lounge. It was a little chilly, But they had a good turnout. They said the students from the Thorhill School were probably the best students they could ever have. They were so excited about what was going on. They asked questions, stayed to the end, probably because they couldn't leave. They said they're really good. Boyle, we didn't have a good turnout from the Boyle students. When they got a hold of them later, they said they had no transportation, so they couldn't get the students there. So next year, we'll make sure that transportation is available. Vegreville, of course, sorry. Athabasca, the attendance was good from the school there as well. So on May 27th, there will be an appreciation barbecue for doctors and staff and the public, and the Rotary is cooking again. The doctors will be down around noon, so it's a great place to meet your doctors and talk and everybody just get to know who we have out there, and that helps us. May 13th, Boyle is having their Emergency Service Appreciation Day. I'm hoping to be involved in that and helping. And then June 4th, we have a grill and gather, so that's from 4 to 6 p.m. So bring in new people to the community to talk. They would like a representative from our municipality, so the county, the town and hospital, and all community services, because they just want to be able to highlight what we have to offer and what some of our services are. So FCSS has a pile of services, so I'll probably be talking to you, Cody. And it will be at the riverfront. So it's kind of a meet and greet for new community members, and we're hoping that our medical staff will be there as well. The transition house will be occupied by the new doctor, and that will be June 1st. So that's exciting news. June 22nd, our meeting will be in attendance with the MLA. We are wanting to be organized and have some wish lists available to him. So they are asking from the county to get a list together as to what we would like to have, and hopefully that kind of corresponds with what the other communities are asking for. So for example, Boyle is wanting the helipad, and they felt for both communities. So that would be something that was addressed in our strategic planning at one point. And then they'll be talking about the teledoc and this initiative that they would like to have the community support. I haven't really heard of it till just the other week. So so that kind of stuff is what they're hoping to bring to that meeting. So, and again, they would like a wish list from us. Now, another new initiative that's coming is municipalities taking over medical clinics. So Lac La Biche County is in the process of doing an MCC with the doctors over their medical clinic. So this is something that seems to be coming in the future. So Hinton and Jasper municipalities are also working on their MCC with their medical clinics and doctors. Cold Lake and Grand Cache currently have had their municipalities take over their medical clinics. It's not that it's make money, it's a break-even type of project, but it's there to help the doctors, try to retain the doctors. So this is some of the new initiatives that are coming up. In saying that, I mean, the doctors still have to pay their required amounts that they currently pay for their medical clinics, so that doesn't change. So one of the things we've been really looking at is attraction. So now we kind of want to focus on retention. So we get the doctors here, how do we keep them here is kind of where we want to go. And for tonight at 7 o'clock, I have the AGM with the Boyle Library. So like I said, I've been busy, but I've also been trying to be busy with the county as well.
Thank you. Yeah. Not that much on the go here. Wandering River Bingo, cornball in Wandering River and Brainhead actually is going over very well. I believe they're having another tournament in 2 weeks. It's drawing quite a bit of people. I also met with the group out of Fort McMurray and Wandering River on the moose population. I know there's way too many moose. They did a study between Lac La Biche and and Wandering River. There were, I think it was 76 moose that were killed this winter on the highway between Lac La Biche and just north of Wandering River. That's about it.
Thank you. For me, did a few things in the last month. Did a little bit of a gathering in Barhead with the agri tourism. They talked about opportunities that have been in place coming up and so on for farmers and such, vegetable stands, things like that. And it was quite interesting. They're going to be promoting that more and more throughout the districts. As Councillor Chamzik said, we attended the Lac La Biche dinner. That was awesome. I learned a lot there. I didn't realize they were as big as they were and offered as much as they do. So that was good. I also attended an online webinar about the strychnine situation that's been talked about extensively at RMA. And unfortunately, Athabasca County did not qualify, but tomorrow's meeting might discuss some of the opportunities to apply and get in on it, because that is one of the options that for those areas, those municipalities that did not qualify, they have an opportunity to apply and get on that list. I don't know how many of you have been noticing the email jargon that was coming from Blue Heron Estates and the discussion. It's kind of a interesting perspective on how things go. Some were on our side, some weren't quite so much, and I found it entertaining, actually. I started on the first time on the Donahue Library Board. Quite interesting there. I caught me off guard a little bit by surprise. The Bill 28 that the provincial government is talking about now, that has a bit, in their particular case, has a bit to do with suggestive material in libraries / classrooms, and it caught me off guard because I had an old school perspective on it, not so much with the rest. They thought it was fine, but that's another story. Community Futures. I see on the front desk, there's the lemonade stand thing, which is big right about now. They're going to be promoting it in schools and offering courses and so on as to business planning and financing and things as such. And so I think that's going very well. It's very popular. I think it was Councillor Chisholm that had mentioned something there about, I don't know, it was something to do with a center, but he reminded me of the data center. And I've been hearing a lot of jargon about data centers. And I think it's important that we start paying attention so that we gather a bit more knowledge about those types of things, so that when it does get proposed in our area, we'll have at least some idea of what they mean, how they're going to affect or impact us. So it's just for general information. I've been already watching some of the Facebook comments on it and trying to gather what they actually do and what it stands for and the impact that it's going to have for power, water, and so on. And the last thing I can add is I went to the jam session in Perryville. We played music. It worked out quite well. It would have entertained some of you that like old time music. And that's about it for me. So yeah, we're good. So with that, I would like to adjourn for lunch, and that we will be back here at, we'll say 25 minutes after 12. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're on now? Good. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order at 12:26. And we'll move on to business arising 6.1. I'd like to ask Ms. McConnell to speak to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Before you is a report and proposed policy with respect to appointments to your committees for members at large. You may recall in December, you directed that we provide you advice, which we did in January, and you were accepting of that advice. And the policy reflects the contents of that report that was in front of you at the January 27th Committee of the Whole meeting. I think the most substantial changes are that it solidifies eligibility requirements and also standardizes application questions, so council gets consistent information from all of the applicants. But other than that, that's my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Are there any other questions or discussion on that? Okay. I did actually. Can't quickly find it here, but it talked about eligibility will be deleted from for prior counselors, that they do not need the 1 year, but yet further down, I read that it was still notwithstanding appeal board members or something like that, which was a 4-year waiting time. I'm just quickly trying to find it in my pages here that I thought I had it underlined, but
Mr. Chair, if I may, page 92 is the current policy, and that's where the waiting period is set out currently for 1 year for former elected officials for committees, and the other 4-year, I believe it is for the quasi judicial or the SDAB. The proposed policy or the revised policy does not have similar language in it. Former members of council would be eligible to apply, and their application would be considered just like any other applicant that would be before you. You would look at their qualifications in consideration of all of the other applicants.
okay. And plus the crim check is deleted now.
Pardon me. Yes, that's also correct. It's been removed, although there is a bit of a questionnaire that does ask a question about whether or not they have been convicted of an offense. So they can self-disclose that. But being that most of the committees are, they meet in public settings, they make decisions as a group, voting. There's not a lot of there's really no individual authority that's vested in a committee member. Administration would take direction, but of course, all of their actions are made in a public setting and amongst the group.
Yeah. Okay. So essentially, this is fine tuning the program.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, yeah, I believe so. We did provide this somewhat of a framework in our report in January, and with those recommendations on where it could be enhanced. And so this policy does, in our opinion, reflect that. But of course, if you feel that something's missing or needs to be revised, we're happy to take that feedback and bring it back to you in a further revised form.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
So on page 89 of the agenda, there's 5.1 talks about eligibility criteria. And then on Schedule A, which is on page 91 of the agenda, there's different eligibility criteria. And I'm just wondering if, to me, it would make sense to add the all 6 of those, the next 3 eligibility criteria as part of 5.1. That, I don't have any accounts outstanding, I'm not in litigation, and I don't have any current outstanding compliance orders. So there's consistency between what we've got in Schedule A and the policy at the beginning. The one I would leave off is the indictable offense one, because as I think was noted, that's a self-disclosure and not a criteria that we've laid out as a threshold to apply.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that? Further discussion?
And then the other piece that I would comment on is at 5.3. A member at large must maintain eligibility status throughout the term on the committee. I think the LAEA has language that's a little bit different, that basically says if you Your membership ceases if you fail to maintain eligibility. Because basically, from my perspective, if you fail to, we don't even need to vote. If you no longer meet the minimum eligibility criteria, you are no longer a member. So if you are no longer a resident, you're automatically done. There's no debate, no need to resign, any of that.
And so in the event that you step outside of those boundaries, is there any negotiating involved there, or just an automatic you're out?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I would suggest that most committee members, if they're going to be relocating, they would advise in advance and likely would resign from their position. In addition, though, there could be terms of reference from a committee, as noted in item 5.4, where terms of reference might have something slightly different or as an example, it may allow individuals who are not residents of the county individual terms of reference, and that would supersede what's in your policy. Because that gives you that flexibility for whatever. So I would suggest that, yes, if someone no longer meets the eligibility requirements contained within your policy or in a terms of reference, they would no longer be on your committee, but most individuals would advise of their change of status, particularly it would be likely their residency that would be the issue.
So following up to that, I mean, I'm thinking more things like someone engages in litigation against the county or has a bunch of arrears against the county. I don't think that's a negotiation. It's if you're a member, just like if you're a member of council, your taxes aren't paid, you're not a member after whatever many days, right?
So this isn't then just pertinent to living in the county. It is also having to do with other things, as you said, whether it's litigation, taxes, or non-attendance and things of that nature.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So if you want to revise the eligibility criteria that is stated within 5.1 to include those additional items such as any accounts, litigation as eligibility requirements, I would revise this and include that in there. If you prefer those to be more of a information that you would consider upon their application, I could move that out from being considered eligibility requirement criteria, and that could just be information that you would consider when reviewing the application. So I do understand why that would be why that is interpreted. That makes a lot of sense because it's listed as an eligibility requirement. It's not consistent. So it's really up to the committee to give that direction. Do you want it to just be age and residency, and then we would revise the schedule accordingly? Or if you want to include the accounts and arrears and litigation with the county as the more in the stricter part of the policy, we can move that to be inclusive in the policy as reflected in the schedule.
Okay, so Councillor Hall, how do you feel about that?
Well, I think I've spoken that I think under the first 5 bullets under Schedule A, Part B should be included in the policy itself.
Okay, would you like to make that as a motion for referral to administration? Okay, so that's, Ms. Blair, do you have that documented? A motion by Councillor Hall to provide administration with what?
To amend 5.1 to include the first 5 bullet points contained under Schedule A, Part B.
Where are you finding that? Schedule B.
In your agenda package.
91. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then that motion is made. All in favor? That'll be carried. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on any of the other matters in this presentation? Okay, if none, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. We'll move on to 6.2. Draft groundskeeping assistant grant policy and level of service. March 11th, 25 committee meeting. Okay.
Thank you. So In this discussion report, I've provided two different brand new draft policies and then also changes to the current policy 3242. So the first one is level of service for recreation and open spaces. Currently, there is no defined level of service for any of these, so we need some clarity and direction from council. And so, yeah, that's the first one. You'll see in that policy, obviously there's the definitions first, and then there's different level of service measures for each type of land within there. So I guess maybe we'll just start with that one, if you guys have any questions on that one.
Is there anybody else that has any questions or comments on this? When I read this the other day, I'm not really, because I'm new here now, I'm not really familiar what the old policy really was and how did this change from what it was to what you're proposing now?
There is no current policy.
Oh. So when it came to Mystic Meadows, what happened there when they were cutting grass with an agreement, or what was happening?
So I think it's been a lot of one-offs, like people would bring requests to council and get different things approved one at a time and things like that in the past.
Okay. So now going back one step again, so you said this was two different draft policies here.
So yeah, so then within this level of service policy, I've referred to a draft grant policy, and I've also referred to the policy 3242, which is the roadside mowing program. Right. So then we had some suggested changes as well to that policy. And then also I have the draft grant policy. So that would move, it would be a grant that we would provide these cemeteries, halls, different things like that to do the mowing themselves.
Okay, so then having said that, I noticed there's a $61,000 grant, and that's the total package.
So that's what we as administration estimated that grant would be worth, and that's even including some locations that haven't currently asked for us to mow them, but we've recognized them within the county as potentials. So that's an estimate of what we came up with, looking at them, the parcel sizes and such, because the grant that we're proposing is a per acre. So again, that could be plus or minus a bit, but that's what we've estimated it, that we would be paying out if everyone that was eligible to get the grant.
But those who may, if it ran out of money, that's a budgetary issue then, I'm assuming, or is that it ends at 61?
So currently, if this was to go forward to council from here, and got approved, obviously we wouldn't be able to implement it this year. It's too late in the season. I would suggest that we implement it for next year and we budget for it appropriately next year, because it isn't in the current budget this year.
Okay. And then also I was reading here the 540 per acre, which works out to about $180 an hour. Is that normal, or is that a high estimate? And then as well, the $30 an hour wages. And I'm assuming that this would be summer students that are going to be doing some of this stuff, or all of it perhaps? So
to come up with that $540 an acre, we kind of based it on what we currently do at the county. So that's kind of on average how long it takes our crews to do about an acre, is about an hour and a half. And then I just used a $30 an hour wages. That's more than we're paying our current.
Yeah. Well.
And so then just added a 20% to cover fuel and equipment and stuff. So that's just how I came up with an estimate for that $540 per acre.
Okay, so I guess I'm looking for some discussion or input on this.
The grass, sorry.
Go ahead. No.
Is that per cut? Or is it
no, it's a grant.
No. So then I assumed that it would be cut like 4 or 5. I can't remember exactly, but it was like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I couldn't find that. That's what I was looking for. You assume it'd be cut 4 times?
I believe it was 4 times, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor Chamzak.
Well, I'm struggling with this because I mean, we've had very different seasons over the last couple of years, and that can change everything from long growth and all that fun stuff. Last year, using for an example, as stated by administration, we relatively been able to keep up a lot better due to our unusually drier seasons. And what I'm really struggling with is trying to understand of having how we're saving $78,000 but have a grant for 61,000. I feel like this policy is pretty administration heavy because when I look into some of the issues of having our seasonal youth also decreased as well. And also it being so administrative heavy, we would have to have all of our cemeteries, from my understanding, would have to own or lease and also have nonprofit status by October. That's pretty much unattainable, in my opinion.
So through the chair, so this is all of the cemeteries are either owned or leased, except the 4 that the county manages. So they are like they.
So are we accounting and looking in for those gaps of those people that like, how is this communication going to be sent out to these cemeteries to be able to apply for the grants? And when I look at fair and equitably, in here it says up to 61,000. So in 3.3, funding is fair. What is the standard of fair? And from what my understanding be in there, so was it first come, first serve? After that 61,000, we're just gonna have to amend more budget?
So through the chair, so that 61,000, again, like we said, is should be covering everything that we know about within the county. And that's including ones that haven't asked us to mow to date. Now there have been ones that have popped up since I've been here over the last couple of years that nobody was even really aware of. So I'm not saying that we have for sure covered absolutely there might be a couple. It might be a suggestion to maybe put 65,000 into the budget if this was the number that we were going to go with, just to make sure that we were covered off.
Well, and some of the other issues that I have is that our new counselors have not been updated on the facilities presentation that we had in March. In my opinion, we need time to digest this, have public engagement to be able to go forward. I'm going to throw it out there. I would like to make a motion to postpone this matter indefinitely.
Yep.
Or I can wait, I'll hold back on that.
Yeah. Okay, so am I allowed to get comments after the motion? Sorry.
You have not said it, so I believe that.
Okay.
I can hold off because yes, conversation is important.
Okay, let's, yeah. Oops, sorry. Yeah, let's discuss this. So go ahead, Councillor DeHollack.
I really think that this is administrative heavy. I really, why don't we just say that graveyard, or I think I belong to a graveyard committee. I think I'd just be happy if you said, here's $2,000 or whatever. You guys look after it. It'd make it so much easier for us. Then you won't have to measure out 5.2 acres or 1 acre or whatever. Just do it per cemetery.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's kind of what we're doing, other than we had to come up with something to base it off of, right? We can't just, like, some cemeteries are bigger than others, right? So, you know, we say, okay, you get 2,000, you get 2,100. Well, we had to base it off something. That's why we use the acres, right? So I guess maybe it's not real clear, but what you would do is you would get an annual grant based off how many acres you have. And then we would give you a one-time payment for you to manage your own cemetery. But I mean, these are private cemeteries that we're currently mowing. And this is an alternative like option, I guess, is where we could provide them a
Yeah.
grant and they can mow their own, but they get paid for it. So
But yeah, Marshall, that's fine. But I don't want to see all this stuff. You come up to me with a price, you know. I don't care how you come to a decision. It's just you know, I'm not going to be measuring no cemetery. I just rather say it's $1,000 or $2,000 per cemetery and leave it at that. You know, if I have to explain this to every individual on our committee, you know, it's.
yeah, through the chair, that's what we would do. But the money, it's here for council to know how we came up with a number.
Yeah.
But we would apply a number to each cemetery and say, here's what you're eligible for per year. Or subdivision, whatever it is that we're talking about, right? So we would just give them a number per year and we would budget that amount after we total them all.
Yeah, I'd like to see that before we vote though, huh?
So you're asking, you would like to see a map of each location showing how many acres it is? Is that what you're asking for? Because we're saying we're gonna go off of a per acre cost.
Well, who's gonna do measuring of the acre?
Could I jump in, Chair?
Certainly.
Something you only ever do once, and we already know, because many of the cemeteries are already on their own separate title. Every one of those has a measurement on it. This is not, we have that. And if we don't, you do actually through a Munisite, you just have to dig in and use it. You have it through land titles, which we can all get because it's public. And there's going to be a few that might be a leased parcel on a larger site. And the mapping, measuring features of, it's called Catalyst, sorry, not Munisite. It's a one-time deal. Admin, you invest a little bit of money up front in them measuring it. They're not going to remeasure the cemetery every year because the one thing, you know, they don't grow.
Right.
And we're not, so I think we're down a rabbit hole of like, that's an admin task. That's not.
So is this typically working out as par, like what we used to do before, and now this new proposal, it's going to work out, balance out, or is this going to benefit us or cost us more?
So that's what we're estimating, is that it'll basically be on par.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or go ahead, Councilor Hall.
So this is one of the things, it's like we've got down a rabbit hole of cemeteries. But this is like a level of service about mowing is one of the things we've been talking about for over nearly 4 years here. And, you know, when we think about, you know, council's role and how we impact the community and how we involve people, like one of the things I think that's become apparent to me is one of our roles is to try to build community. We build community by bringing people together. And if the government just does everything for you, communities are weaker. But when we create a circumstance where communities can come together to perhaps lease and take care of the playground at the lake or the boat launch area or the cemetery, we create a situation where we bring community together and get neighbors talking to neighbors, and we fund it with some money in a more efficient way than if we sent out county employees. And presumably, or more cost efficient for us at least. And if it takes them 3 hours to do the work, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We've, you know, the admin has come up with a program to figure out how might we allocate funds. We allocate funds using this mechanism. If they can have wider mowers than the county owns and cut faster, then yay for them. So the measurement thing, like I think, you know, lots of this stuff is one and done. And so sure, there's some admin time. There's going to be a bit of admin time getting it set up and managing the grant. I didn't see that in the package, but my guess is that admin time will still be far less hours of administrative time than what we spend having guys go out there cutting the grass and driving and paying for the mowers and the guys running the mowers and fixing the mowers and buying the trucks. Just, I think last year we ended up buying a truck trailer and 2 mowers to increase the mowing crew because the amount of land that we're being asked to mow keeps growing. We regularly hear about playgrounds looking terrible, about communities looking terrible, about the ditches and grassland looking terrible. And so kicking this down the road does nothing to address that. Admin is saying, let's talk about how often in grassland should I expect to see the grass cut when I'm driving through? If we can define it, and when people are calling us, we're then able to say, you know, the track is every 10 to 14 days, weather permitting and all that. I think this is a huge step forward and something that we should engage discussion in, and whether we engage the community a little more deeply. I don't know, that would be a decision for the whole group to weigh in on, but to me, this is a really positive step forward. We've asked admin for it, and we have to stop asking them to do work and then just kicking it into the stratosphere. If we don't want to know this stuff, then we should not ask them to do it. But this is a step forward. It saves us money. It tightens our budget. And more importantly, in my opinion, it brings people together. It gets, neighbors together to cut.
Well, I don't think I'm looking for a savings in money. I was just looking how it's done. Sure, it's spelt out here how it's done, but I'd rather have just seen half a page saying, say, Blue Jay Cemetery, $1,000. And that $1,000 could be calculated by administration and just presented to us. I don't care what it is. I'd hope it would be a saving to us. It's just, I don't know.
Thank you. Lucille?
So, through the chair, I don't mind that admin has presented how they're going to get to the number, but maybe including what each Blue Jay is for each of those cemeteries, maybe what you're looking for. But I think this policy just lets us understand how they got to that each number.
Well, yeah, but I'd like to see that number.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So can we just add that on? Just,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
just add that on. Keep, like, I think the policy is good. Just wanting
Yeah.
that little bit of information is what I think we're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Question that I have is this, we've been discussing cemeteries here, but this is also involving community areas like downtown Rochester, et cetera, et cetera. So one of my questions would be, does every community have lawnmowers like this? Like they get the grant to do the cutting, but do they have lawnmower? Whereas when the county did it, they
It's
did.
not our problem.
No, I know it's not our problem, but from my perspective, when we're providing a service, we're providing a service. We're not saying, here's some money, now do what you want. I personally, this is only my opinion though, I personally believe that let's provide a service to the community. And so we have the lawnmowers. Yeah, it's going to cost us some money, but it shows that we're doing something for the community as opposed to just handing them money. That's only my perspective on it, but just for clarification there. Because I mean, if you give them money, that doesn't allow them to buy a $15,000 lawnmower with that money because they need the money to pay the labor and everything else that goes with it.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, this, like, we would still be mowing the hamlets and stuff because that's county property, right? So this is just for like halls and cemeteries and things like that that are either owned completely by them
I see.
or that they have leased from the county. So it's a community hall that has leased it from the county. And to your point, through the chair, yes, we can easily, we've already calculated what the areas that either we know because we've mowed them and so we know for sure how much acreage it is, or if there's a few that we kind of guessed on, we already have all of those. So we can easily bring that back.
Okay, understood. Councillor Hall?
I think the other thing to remember, when we hear complaints about standards and the level, if there's a community hall group that wants their lawn cut every third day, it becomes up to them to do the work. And our role is to say, here's kind of the standard we would do and the grant. And if you can stretch that money out and, I have a lot of respect for our admin team and I hope that's evident, but it's rare that government generally does something far more efficiently than private industry. the groups that do this might hire kids to do it and they'll work for less and they'll be able to stretch that money into, instead of every 7 to 14 days, every 5 to 10. If it just lets them manage it themselves and it lets communities do what's right instead of us just applying it. And it can create circumstances where local youth get hired. Where young people in Wandering River might get contracted to cut the playground or the fire hall by the whatever group that kind of takes over the, sorry, not the fire hall is probably a bad example, but like a community hall or something like that. So there's providing a means to build community where it's not just the county sweeping in and doing it for them. I think that harms our communities because there's no reason to get together. And when the guys that I know that cut cemeteries, some of them in Division 4, they have almost, as I understand, arm wrestling matches over which weekend who gets to do what, because there's a lot of community pride there and they want to get out and do their bit. This gives us a mechanism to help them do that and to grow that community spirit. And so I is every portion of it ideal and perfect? I don't know, but it's a real, for me, this is a really good start. And in terms of having a list of, which each one is going to be, I think that, once they've applied and have come forward and asked to say, recreational group A or B or whatever whatever it is, whether it's a cemetery group or someone at the community hall, then admin can calculate the size and say, well, your grant would be this many dollars. But I know in order to come up with 61,000, they must have done some kind of estimate of the total. And what we've seen over the last years is just more and more getting added to the mowing expectations, and it's costing us more money. The budget keeps going up, and it doesn't help the community.
Thank you. Actually, I agree with you. I just, now that you've told me that the county cuts the community right of ways and so on, that satisfies me. But my only concern at that point was that some of these smaller entities may not have lawnmowers. Of course, they could buy just a push lawnmower, but if they bought a riding lawnmower, it would, I guess a classic example would be giving somebody a plate of food without utensils. And so that was what my concern was. So, but thank you for your input onto it.
Well, sorry. Really, I don't think we have to worry about whether they have lawnmowers or not, because it's their responsibility to get the grass cut, whether they farm it out or do it themselves. The only thing, we should be concerned about is the money. Tell us how much money we're going to get per cemetery. We'll see if we can cut it, and we can work from there.
And actually,
we don't really
that is
care.
actually what they were proposing, is to say, in order to use a calculating formula, what they're saying is that they've calculated at $5.40 an acre, and they'll only be measuring it once, because as Councillor Hall said, that the cemetery didn't get any bigger and the areas didn't get any bigger. So we'll calculate it once, deal with it. We know the number and we move from there. Fair enough?
I think just by seeing what we're going to get, I'd be satisfied.
Okay,
How they got it there, don't really matter to me. We got the formula here.
Okay.
But, just show us the numbers.
Okay. Councillor Chisholm?
Well, I think we're all saying the same thing here, other than they got all the information there. So let's just find out just add what each cemetery or whatever is going to cost. And I think everybody would be happy.
Is Councillor Kapitaniuk with us? No. Okay. So I was going to ask her opinion on her area. So go ahead.
So what happens to the cemeteries that are unable to form a group or anything like that? Do they become more derelict, or will the county still be able to assist in mowing?
I guess the current policy does not, reflect that we're going to run a two-tiered system, right? I guess ultimately council can decide what the policy says, but this current policy would make it so that we're only providing grants to private churches or community halls, anybody with a lease. So if you wanted that changed where they could decide yes or no, but then we would amend the policy to reflect that.
So another comment I'd like to make now that we've thrashed through the cemetery parts of it. I was looking a little higher up in its item D on page 95, and you talk about roads that do not have sufficient width of grass between the road surface and the start of treed forested fence area. That's not in your area? Oh, that you're going to comment on that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's my baby, so.
No, my concern is, should have that not been brushed? Like, are we allowing brush to encroach our mowing
Typically,
area?
those roads are like the field access roads. So like
Okay.
on our county maps, red roads are grid roads, yellow roads are the field access roads, and those are basically turkey trails punched into back quarters sort of thing. So
Okay, yeah, I see.
they're not high grade roads to begin with. So
So it's not something that we're neglecting and causing us less grass to cut or anything like that?
correct. Yeah, we
Okay,
just don't want to mow the road surface.
Okay, that's good. And now on item A on 94, I see you've changed the terminology to say front wheel assist tractors. Was that so that we eliminated the possibility of a push or a riding mower in there?
Definitely. No, so the original, so the top bold one with the 2 points there, AB, that's our original, or that's our current policy within the 3242. And then so the second one there, I just made a draft amended policy to basically reflect our current I guess verbiage. So 3240 is our road classification. So it just kind of aligns like what we do on each specific road, because that wasn't really well stated previously. So
Okay.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Any more comments, questions? One. If not, how does council want to deal with this? Any comments? Go ahead, Councilor Chisholm.
Through the chair, I think we just need to add the amounts for each of those cemeteries, and I think it's good to go as is.
Okay, go ahead, Shamsik.
Well, just for the good old sake of great discussion, I think that we do also need to be provided an option for some of those organizations that may not be able to have a status priority. I mean, seeing we also have, I don't know how legislation works with private entities and stuff. I mean, if they're not going to be mowed, how that works, and maybe I don't know if Eric Fieldman can help me out there with when it comes to noxious weeds, inhibiting, so on and so forth as well.
Through the chair. So when we bring back the amounts for each, we can also, like, we can double check that they're nonprofits and things like that, if that's something that you would like to see beside it as well. That's easy enough for us to check.
Okay, so do we proceed with that? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick one. I know a few cemeteries in the county. I don't see any that are abandoned or not cut. So obviously, they all have an organization tied to them.
No, the county cuts them. We've added more cemeteries than I have fingers. Every time someone finds one, we start cutting it.
Okay, but it's still tied in with some organization besides the county. Somebody has to run that cemetery.
No,
Somebody
I
has
think
to,
I think that's an admin question, Counselor. There are some that the churches may have sort of be hard to round up.
Did what?
I think there are some that are hard to make contact with because they're, a less mainstream faith that doesn't maybe exist anymore.
Well, just don't include them. If they're hard to get a hold of, they'll get a hold of us if we don't cut the grass.
Okay, if I can interject a second here. So as Councillor Chamzik had mentioned, she was concerned that would they be neglected or forgotten about? And so if there's some assurance here that if they don't qualify under the grant program, will council or the county just go and cut the grass?
Through the chair, I guess that direction comes from you, but currently we have 4 that are county owned.
Okay.
That we maintain that are ours. All the other ones are private entities. If we're only talking about cemeteries. So that doesn't talk about community halls and such. All of those have a registered denomination, I guess. We've had to get in touch with them to sign waivers for us to enter onto the property. So we have been, some of those took a while because you have to send it away to where the main office is. But we do have signed hold harmless agreements with all of them now. So we have been able to touch base with them. I'm not aware of a legislated requirement associated with how often they have to mow those spots. I'm assuming from a weed notice perspective, they would be treated as anybody else. If weeds were out of control, they would get a notice, the same as any other private landowner.
Okay.
And if we wanted to have, I guess, an option where they don't want the grant and they want us to continue to mow it, I guess I would need that direction from council as a whole to add that in, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so what my basic concern would be is that we provide a provision that in case anybody gets forgotten in this process, that they can be accounted for at some point or some way, rather than locking them out and saying, well, this is the policy and sorry, you're out. So just, that's all I'm looking for, is something that would give us a little bit of a loophole so that we can still provide a service in the event that they weren't aware or they didn't qualify or whatever happened. Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Would a compromise then be to have it at a much lower standard? You know, 1 cut per year or something, because the goal is to get community doing this work and to get it, you know, the county out of the mowing everything in the everywhere business. So if you, instead of us, you know, being expected to cut it, I don't know what it is typically per year, if it's 3 times or something, well, maybe it's 1.
Actually, what the point that I was trying to get at is, and I don't anticipate there might be anybody that would fall through the cracks and not get their work done. So I agree that by putting or giving them their 540 an acre, let them cut it 10 times if they want. They got the grant. Life is good. It's just my only concern was in the event, and it does happen occasionally, where somebody comes along and says, well, geez, I forgot, or I didn't apply for the grant and now I'm left out in the cold. But anticipating that this may never happen. But so I think the first round that we went through here that addressed the amount that they get and cut it as many times and get community involvement, I think that's great. I think we're there. Go ahead, Marshall.
I guess the only, and it's in response to your question, the concern of somebody falling through the cracks, they would have to be eligible under the same criteria that they are today.
Okay.
Right? So whether they're a church or a lease holder or a community group or whatever, the same requirements they have today for us to do it, they would have to have the same criteria to, and you know what, if we're going to know who those people are and we're going to send them notifications and stuff of that nature. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that there's a lot of multi-lot subdivision stuff who do not get mowed by us other than once a year, twice a year by roadside mowing. If all of a sudden they want a higher level of service and they're applying under this grant, they will not be eligible, right? Because they're not eligible today. So they wouldn't be eligible under this either. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, right? They might say, well, they fell through the cracks. No, you didn't. You're in a different category.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Chamzak.
I guess where my contemplation is, especially when it comes to the cemetery, of course, we have an aging population. And I do agree with the idea of definitely offering out the grants with many of our people. But I do definitely worry that in some of those institutions, those demographics are quite elderly, and the responsibility of somebody eventually taking over that is probably a very decreased rate. And so having, if possible, to have that secondary option of those things, I think that would be definitely put a lot of our ratepayers at ease.
Okay. So now, is it feasible, if we send this back to council, that'll be on Thursday, I believe? No, later? Okay, so giving you some time to give them numbers to satisfy Councillor DeHollick is that he would like, I understand the equation, but it would satisfy him more so by having an actual number, whatever time frame you need. So go ahead, Chisholm.
Plus the equation with the.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. The amendment, we'll call it.
Yes, amended, thank
So
you.
how does council want to deal with this? Go ahead, Chamzik.
Oh, through the chair, to administration, would the 14th or 28th of May be too early for you to obtain that information?
You're good?
Yeah, no, I can provide that for sure.
Okay, just so that when the vote comes down the pipes, that the information is there. Go ahead.
Could we not just give admin the flexibility to bring it back when they've got it done?
Sure.
Rather than.
Yeah, good idea.
Pigeonholing them into it, because council continues to, say, do, and let's just fit this in where it works. We might be surprised, it might be the 14th.
Well, as stated, I mean, you don't want to keep kicking things down the road, so I was just wondering,
Got it. Okay. So how do we deal with this now? Is this a motion that we send it back to administration to provide?
To send it back to administration to provide revisions and
Okay. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I really, like, we've heard one that we want to add a secondary option that really leaves it to them whether they accept falling under the grant or not. I think council needs to probably provide us with direction on that one. And I think we've seen that attaching the dollar amounts per is well supported. So if we can get direction on whether they get to pick and choose if they fall under the grant or we're going to do it, that would assist us.
Personally, I'd like to see administration just take care of it. You know what you're doing there, as opposed to, if we open up too many doors, then it just gets more complicated, I think.
I also feel that once, say you opt out, which I mean, I can foresee a lot of our places wanting to do that and do the grant idea, because it's also a great idea. It's one or the other.
Okay.
There's no go falling back and forth, I think, at some point, right?
Okay. Councillor DeHall.
Yeah, I believe it's got to be one or the other. We can't have an option, because if you have an option that county will do it, well, nobody's going to do it. Or just leave it up to the county. Let them do it the way they were doing it. We're not benefiting it.
I disagree. I feel that there is some groups that definitely would want to take that on because their vision of higher level of service far succeeds what we are able to provide.
Well, I'm hoping that every group would do that.
Councillor Hall, you had a comment?
So as I, thinking about comments that I've heard, and we've got the clarification that to be equitable, none of the subdivisions should be mowed by the county small mowers or paid to be mowed. So that changes some of the things that exist now, but I don't know. I mean, I also look at some of the hamlets and I look at the hamlets and I think about some of our large subdivisions and they're really not different than, and in fact, we have subdivisions that are larger than hamlets in some cases. And so they don't meet the technical definition of a hamlet because they don't have a commercial property and a store or something, but we have these big areas where, for all intents and purposes, more people live in some of the subdivisions than in the hamlets, and yet we're going to go mow a large hamlet every 10 to 14 days, but we're not going to go mow the ditches through Century Estates every 10 to 14 days. So why does grassland get cut and not Century, right? Like that's the tricky part for me. How do we explain that? And maybe it's just understanding the administrative perspective on why that one and not the other that may have it make sense. And
I guess through the chair, I could share my perspective on that is typically because it's a rural cross section. It is accessible by the roadside mowers. as I live in one of those rural cross-section subdivisions, we all mow our ditches. The county comes through and mows it once a year, twice the odd time. We wanted something more than that, so we all maintain our ditches, and they're quite easy to maintain. Not like inside some of these rural, urban designs where, you know, it's weed eater work and small mower work. I think that's really the only difference. I don't disagree. There's definitely some multi-lot subdivisions in this community that are much larger than hamlets and have much greater population. But I would suggest some of them are the difference between urban and rural. That's the only thing I can think of.
Thank you, that works.
Okay, somebody would like to make a motion so we can complete? Or is there, unless there's more discussion on it, but I think we've thrashed this over adequately.
So would the motion be to direct administration to bring this back, the amended, the policies as amended to council?
Yeah. Ms. Blair, you have that written down? Okay. So we have a motion to bring, he did. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. All right, so you'd like to make the motion then? Councillor Chisholm, or? Okay, Councillor Chisholm will make that motion. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for that. Okay, so the groundskeeping is done. So that's pretty well concludes that. Now, new business. 7.1, draft registered agricultural drainage level of service review. Tell us about draining water. That's page 114, sorry.
I'm just gonna set it up for him. So basically, we're put this level of service on for council because there is none associated with registered drainage ditches. I want to be very clear that this only deals with the registered drainage ditches. And there's a real lack of information, and a lot of it, they're really old. Ryan and his team have, you know, gone through the boxes of old files trying to identify, you know, knock the dust off some of these agreements, and some of them are extremely vague. And there's very few that have, I guess, clear requirements on our part, and even less that have a design that includes a work area or a designated right of way. Some of them are utility right of ways that have no width or depth. They just show a picture of a little swale. Some of them are one-liners that just say the county's responsible to maintain the ditch, and there's no design, no requirements. You know, some are, and then Ryan will go through them all with you, but it's really difficult for us to, I guess, identify or come up with a very clear level of service and how they should be maintained without, you know, just bringing you up to speed on kind of what's out there. And so this is kind of our initial discussion on this with you. We're not anticipating that, you know, all the answers will come from today's discussion on where you want to go with this, but it definitely is meant to try and provide you with, you know, at least an overview of
starting point.
Sorry?
A starting point.
Yeah, at least give you an overview of what exists out there and how drastic a difference there is between one and another one.
Right.
So anyway, I'll turn it over to Ryan and let him go through it.
Great. Yeah. So I believe starting in the 70s into the early 90s, the provincial government had cost sharing programs to drain agricultural land in Alberta. So it basically involved like meandering streams, getting rid of those, straightening them out. And in the interest of providing a better drainage for farmland. When you do that though, you lose a lot of water holding capacity in your streams. So a quarter that used to have a creek that was a mile long has a 800-meter channel through it now. So you lose a half a mile of water holding capacity in these. Like granted, they do have potentially helped drain farmland maybe when they were first constructed, but throughout the years, I think into the late 90s, there was provincial money available for maintenance for these ditches. And then much like everything else, that went away and it downgraded to the municipality for maintenance. So in Schedule A, it's kind of a example. There's 6 bullet points on Schedule A, and that is our basically maintenance agreement requirements. Yeah, so extremely vague. I think other municipalities have kind of interpreted them one way or another sort of thing, but like what's maintenance? Is it taking a weed whacker and cutting a little bit of grass? Is it doing a dig out? Is it like there's so many different directions that you could be going with that. So as kind of known right now, we have 18 registered drainages with complete information that we have assessed. We have about 14 bankers boxes of old files to still kind of go through and verify with the provincial government, because we're only interested in drainages that have licenses that with our name on it. That's the only ones that we are deemed responsible for. So in transition from paper files to digital files, there's been several online portals for viewing, and records moved from Athabasca to Stony Plain to Spruce Grove to the city to wherever. And a lot of this information isn't extremely accessible to find. We have the majority of the information, but I'm just working with a few people within the provincial government for completely verifying what all the registered ones are. So this 18 number is likely to grow, and it could double, it could triple, which is kind of scary, but as such, we kind of have an idea, or we've done an assessment on the ones that we know currently right now. So this $2.24 million is kind of based off of, so last fall, we flew all the registered drainage that we have, and then we created basically a desktop exercise for assessing the channel's ability to hold water, how much vegetation growth there is in the channel, and kind of the perceived value of the adjacent land. So a higher score indicates, like we had to come up with some sort of criteria for doing maintenance. So a higher score indicates it has more of a negative impact sort of thing. So like for adjacent land type, a 1 is forested and a 3 is cropland, arable land, 2 is pasture sort of thing. So we have our scoring system set up like that.
And you said the higher the number, the more feasible it is, or the lower the number?
Sorry, the higher the number, the more like perceived
benefit.
The worse the ditch is, the higher the adjacent land type is. So it's like a really unwell-defined ditch in cropland versus a poorly defined ditch in a forest. Because like realistically, if it floods some crown land forest somewhere.
So unless I interpreted this wrong, the numbers that you've placed as the sum determines the priority essentially.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Value.
Value per
right?
dollar.
So, there doesn't necessarily mean it needs any work today, but it's in high value cropland, and potentially the ditch could be good shape.
For value for the bang for the buck. Okay.
Yeah. And then, so where are we going here? So yeah, we kind of, our historical level of service for drainages was complaint based. So someone phoned us and they said, come clean out our ditch. If it's a registered one, we'd consider it with our budget. And if we had budget and it made sense to do it and wouldn't adversely affect up or downstream, we'd go do the work. But we're currently, I believe it was brought by council to us that we would like to come up with a budget and a level of service for it. So yeah, we've gone quarter by quarter in Schedule B. So it lists the drainages there. And then at the end of 7.1, we have a few photo examples of kind of our rating system. So photo 1, poor containment, the adjacent land is pasture. So poor containment gets its free. That's sorry, go ahead.
Want to give everybody a second to get there?
Digest it.
We're there. 129.
I think we got a couple counselors still looking to get to the photos.
123 to 129. Or 30 even, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, to 130. The charts.
And then so our approximate cost of maintenance is based on kind of historical work that we've done, as well as our visual assessment. So if it's heavy brushing, that's obviously the most expensive. If there's some like light willows and smaller trees, not throughout the whole extent of the drainage, a little bit less. And then finally, the least expensive option, if it was just like a grassed in drainage and it just needed to be kind of contoured and have some stuff pulled out of it. And then, so that doesn't also include, like, these numbers don't include necessarily like culvert crossings or anything like that that would need to be repaired. But these are just kind of our ballpark figures for each of the drainages. And then on page 131, we just have a few like photographic examples of what we were assigning our scores to. So photo 1 is a low containment ditch with pasture adjacent with some willows in the creek. So that's kind of that aggregate 7 score. Photo 2 is a drainage going through forest. So it's likely contained. We're going to go verify that. We weren't able to tell in our assessment. The adjacent land is just crown land forest, bog actually in this case. So it's supposed to be flooded. So if water does escape the ditch here, probably not really a bad thing. But if we were going to do the work there, it would need full brushing. So that would be a 3 for brushing there, aggregate score 5. And then photo 3, the containment would be poor on that one. The adjacent land is cropland and it's kind of willow larger trees. So that one gets an aggregate score 8. So that would be like if we were going to pick which one to do first, if it made sense, that higher score would likely contribute to getting done first, sort of thing. And then photo 4, these people kind of learn to live with it, we call it, or like they're just working with the natural land. So containment is good. The adjacent crop type is arable crop. And then the cost of brushing would be heavy, but in this one, they've left enough of a buffer from it where if it does flood, probably not going to affect anything. So kind of working with the land sort of thing. And then I guess when I get into herein lies the question. So the level of service from when these were constructed to now, many of them aren't the same landowners. There are definitely some that would be, but just people's willingness to either work with the land or their opinions regarding the drainage through the land, or like there's so many factors at play that would dictate a level of service on this. So it's kind of looking at you guys for a bit of a budget, or like because there's so many more regulations. It's like these were made before the Water Act. So now there's Water Act, there's DFO, there's migratory bird.
I was just going to ask you that.
Like
how
2 hands worth of regulations to deal with.
How receptive is the provincial and federal government in terms of allowing you to do any maintenance on them? Like, is it, so I know that there's going to be permitting to no end and, sadness and all sorts of things.
Much sadness.
And that might not be through the chair, that may not be the biggest holdup. There's, like we said, there's no right of way established, right? Or work area. So everything is contingent on whether or not the landowner would give you access to get in there and do the work.
But you would be referring though to the water channels that existed without it being touched or anything since the beginning of time. In my particular case, there's a drainage project that went through in the 90s. There were easements all over the place. And so those easements still are attached to my property as well as adjacent landowners for access for that reason.
Yeah, a lot of these old ones that we're referencing, they do not have that.
Okay.
It's just a line on a map that says, here's where it is. And it doesn't, so you would have to get access agreement from the landowner. You still are required to follow all the environmental requirements. Some of them have been grazed as pasture for a long time where they're almost completely
treed in,
disintegrated, right? And so I guess from our perspective, I know we were supposed to come up with a level of service, but it's kind of all over the map. And you know, one of the things that we've attached is a policy from another municipality where, you know what, council can pretty much, unless there's something very specific in the agreement that says you must do this, council can say, you know what, it's okay the way it is.
Okay, but how does council know if there was anything specific in the agreement?
Well, that's up to us to identify for you. So far, we haven't found any that are very specific. Well, we have, but they wouldn't be included in this, right? Any that have requirements, we don't have the ability to alter those conditions. We have to adhere to those conditions if they're very specific.
Right. Just a side comment here. I noticed your approximate cost of maintenance. I'm assuming by the size of those numbers that you're using, that is just basic brushing, perhaps weed eater in the ditch type of thing. In my particular case, my example that I would want to lean towards is the creek needs to be cleaned because it's full of silt, which wouldn't show up on your pictures anyway as a maintenance, brushing maintenance program. So just
This is
curious
like
there.
Basic maintenance, like,
Yeah, that's right, basic. So that's not anything that would be substantial enough to prevent water from spilling and all sorts of things. Okay. Okay, is your presentation done? I was just gonna ask for questions from the gallery if you had. Okay, go ahead, Councilor DeHollick.
So at one time it was provincial, right? And then turned over to counties in what year?
it would have been, well,
70s?
all the agreements they were cost shared with the provincial government originally, so they put up
So the
75%.
county cost shared them with the,
Yeah, the province was 75, we were 25, but the caveat on it was we become the owners of it.
okay,
So,
so then we were responsible for it, we're in a sense.
yeah.
And to what degree were you responsible? Like to keep the water flowing or just to cut
Those-
the odd tree down?
6 bullet points there.
One of reference.
Yeah, that's schedule A, so. Just gotta find that again.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah.
I got it.
So. Doesn't say maintain to original design, doesn't say
Yeah.
maintain. So,
Okay, so that would be up to, if enough people cried loud enough, it would be up to council to decide the level of service there. Got it. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Councilor Hall.
Are we required to keep these?
Ooh,
Like, many registrations on land title can be deleted.
Mr. Chairman, I think I had the privilege of asking Alberta Environment that in a different county, and the answer was, if you want to return it to its pre-state, so back before you ever did anything, then you can get rid of the license, otherwise the license is yours. So you could go back with no assistance from the province and restore it to a creek corridor at many, many millions of dollars, and then we would relieve you of the license. Otherwise, the license is on the county and you can't get rid of them. Is the answer I got then. And I suspect it's still the same answer.
And I would also add that you would be coming across a lot of sadness if you deleted a registration, because some of these farmers are adamant that things have to be cleaned up or dealt with in some manner, whatever it is, right? Hey, any other comments? Anybody? Go ahead. No, okay. So then if there's no more, then should we ask for perhaps a motion to take this to council for approval? Is that, no?
we haven't really asked for anything. We're looking for kind
Well, I
of
can
looking
ask
for
for
direction.
something.
Yeah, we didn't draft a policy.
No,
There's no draft policy. We kind of came here to Council, where are you at?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah,
From
we're
my
basically asking
perspective-
for direction because there's just so many potential ways.
If you need
this-
direction, you load up the hoe and come to my place. I'll meet you there at 6 o'clock.
Don't you have one?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So-
okay, so go ahead.
I guess some of the things I guess I would ask is, are you okay with the scoring matrix that we've kind of thrown out there as how we may measure, I guess, these ditches? You know, if you're good with that, you know, is there something you would like to see from us as a minimum standard? You know, and I guess it's really tough. Like when you see photo number 2 on page 131, you know, it's a rated a 5 under our scoring matrix, so it's not going to fall into a high priority, but you know, it may be above some others. Well, the reality is there's probably nothing that's required to be done there.
Correct.
So
Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
I love the matrix, like the idea of the matrix at least, because it gives you some objective way to apply criteria again and again. You've the process here, you've added all the numbers across. What if instead you used a 3-digit number? That was like where the 3 categories are in a row, because then you could use it to prioritize things. Something that was expensive to do but had no impact would look a certain way, and you could say, well, if it's a 1, 3, 3, it's less important than if it's a 5, 1, 2. Because otherwise you can have something that's expensive to do, you know, like you could get the false positives that I think the director just mentioned. And I was trying to think through how it would work exactly what we're talking about. Just rather than add them together, just use it as a code, not a score, but a code.
And I guess
Go ahead.
we are going to do spot checks. We are going to do spot checks on several of our rating sites here. So like last fall, we flew most of these sites in like drought 2025, like there's no water anywhere, right? So we are going to do spring spot checks on them just to make sure that our calibration is fairly right,
Correct,
sort of
yeah.
thing. Kind of, you know, obviously water's moving now. But we are going to do some spot checks on this.
Thank
as
you.
well.
CAO Beck.
Before the boss jumps in, I say that's operational. I know it's up to my thing.
Yeah, the matrix that Ryan and his people put together is excellent for assuming that we're going to stay in the vegetation control level of service along these drainages. But that'd be the minimum, I guess. And that's kind of the baseline today is we kind of do vegetation control and it's based on a few things. The annual budget, which is very modest, $55,000.
Yeah.
And another thing is complaints. So whoever squeaks the loudest, and or maybe council reserves the right to initiate something. And the other service that we do provide is beaver control. So, but that's it. We don't budget anything today for any drainage channel improvements, and we're really, that's the level of service today is about $55,000. And probably isn't enough to make everyone happy. Is that fair, Mr. Agfieldman?
No.
And yet he informs me that there are some people that have ag drainages, they never ever contact him. But the people that do are very adamant that they'd like some improvements. So it's everything. It's almost like the previous item. Some cemeteries contact us and some never do. Same thing with the drainages. Some really want improvements. Some are happy. That's a difficult topic.
Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Is it, so the math on this, it's about 45 years at your current budget to work through this one cycle. Is it reasonable to think that like one of the goals in vegetation management would be to just drive a mower down these once a year? Like with council's direction, would a long-term plan that said, we're going to do, you know, so much cleanup per year, but every year we're going to keep, you know, we're not going to let it get worse, right? So we're going to clean something and then mow, and then, you know, the mowing grows every year. And so, you know, come to a budget or a decision like,
Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to say is it a reasonable expectation that at some point, if you had all the money you wanted Marsh will just send a mower down every one of these every fall.
Through the chair, I'm gonna say no. So not a mower, right? But maybe a small mulcher, right? Some of them are wet all year round. You can't get into them at all. But the vast majority, you know, you might be able to send a track hoe with a mulcher and just, or even a skid steer, right? In some cases, if you were there more regularly, right? Deal with them while they're small. Other than that, some of them will never be able to get into, but again, all of them require some kind of an access agreement, and some of them are happy with, you know, how it's functioning today. And so I don't even know if they would want us to come on a couple of those, but anyway.
Go ahead, sorry, finish what you're doing.
So with this, some of the
It's just-
advanced equipment we have, what's wrong with just sending a drone down with some grays on? Then you'll never have a tree in any of those things. You know, I don't know if environment's ever looked at that or,
Too hard to drink the water.
what's that?
It's too hard to drink the water after you
Lots of
spray
them
them.
haven't got any water and they're still called,
Anyway, Councillor Hall.
Sorry, the follow-up that I had was then to also ask, is it wise to strip every tree off of every bit of runoff space? And I've seen other places where you know the trees get flattened and mulched, and what I think foresee happening there is that the agricultural land will pretty soon be at the bottom of the agricultural lakes. And like sometimes, I don't know, when I look at the natural environment, trees near water courses actually slow down garbage getting into the stream. So for stream health, should we be like, can we and should we are different, and should we be touching this anyway? Maybe that strips out the silt. And
I'd like to chime in now. I think, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I don't disagree. And like, I think attitudes may have changed from the 70s and 80s to now. Like Alice came in today, like riparian health, cows and fish. A lot of people, like obviously, you know, having the treed right of ways or the treed shoulders and all that, like erosion control, all sorts of good ecosystem services. But at the end of the day, I need every acre I can get out of that thing. Why are those trees there? Like there's still a fair bit of that out there as well.
Right.
So
what my comments would be, and I really appreciate your scoring mechanism that you have there. Right? There's got to be a starting point, and that's great. I would also like to see added to that where you could do a day-to-day assessment, not day-to-day, occasional assessment on it, and see some of those, like especially with runoff right now, take the drone over the top and just to see where things are really spilling, and that may move some of the numbers. It may prioritize things a little bit differently so that you address some of the major concerns, because as CAO said, there's people who want every tree gone. And in our particular case, we have beaver issues there. So there's more of a reason to take the trees out, take them away from the beaver. But yeah, there's all sorts of reasons why and why not. So all I would like to add to it is on top of the scoring process you have is maybe add a little bit of visual to that, to just kind of reassess something that's maybe spilling over through the trees that we don't see on a dry year, things like that.
no, for sure.
Anyway, any other comments from council or Chisholm? Say something nice.
yes?
Shut your phone, your speaker on. Thank you.
Okay, some of us don't even know whether we have something going through our property. And just saying, I mean, like maybe just staying status quo for the moment, the squeaky wheel gets the, I honestly, I think we're opening up a can of worms, and yet we need to be proactive. So Ryan, like, really good job in how you did this, but like, I know we're looking at buying property, and we bought property and currently buying property. And I mean, we don't even look at, this isn't a concern to us, right? If we're going to deal with property once we buy it and do what we need to do in order to get the most out of our acreages, right? So.
Yep. And then like years like last year, people want water, and then years like this year, everyone wants it
Yeah.
gone, and it's just kind of, clean it out, but make sure you can leave some, and you're like, well.
Yeah.
How? It's, yeah. It's a
So maybe my grandfather and my dad, when they bought property, this was it, but going forward, like us buying property, I wouldn't know. And I wouldn't hold the county responsible, except for the beavers. You better get out there and get the
Yeah.
beavers gone.
That's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Hall?
So I think, because we're, bouncing around a little bit, the two things that are on my mind are, one of them is, what is admin hearing, I guess, like, what do you think needs to be done? I would support an adjustment to the level of service based on the advice that you get. I've had one person talk to me about what they think is registered drainage, which I didn't see in the list, so it might not be. But the other, like really, if we had $2.25 million to spend today on this, I'd be looking at you all saying, we should be spending it on ditches first. Like, this is registered, this is 18 bits of water that run through the fields. There's probably, an equivalent amount of space in our roadway ditches where we need to do reshaping and other stuff to get water away from our roads and away from our houses that people live in. I don't know how many emails I've seen about my driveways washing out or my. So, at some point, more money, if, so it's maybe not a 45-year cycle to clean up, but so maybe there's an allocation for more cash, but to me, the discussion should also come around, what's the trade-off? Can we trade something for this? Can we stop doing something to focus more money here? Because you're gonna get sick of me saying this in 4 years, but there's no endless pot of money. We gotta start making trade-offs. And then I think we also have other drainage we've got to work.
Mr. Chairman, I just thought I'd, pick up on what Councillor Chazan and then Hall said, opening up a can of worms. It could be. And so the one that I'm familiar with is, and it's on page 133. This is the example from Beaver County. And at the end of the day, council there decided, and it's under bullet 4. And they said, licensed water course locations on private land, which the license or approval allows maintenance to be determined by Beaver County, will have no maintenance provided unless specifically directed by the government of Alberta. They said, our baseline is nothing unless the province tells us you must do it. And then council still reserve the right to go beyond their own policy. For example, if they decided this year we're going to decide to clean up the Marshall Morton drainage ditch out in whatever. They said, this is a special project. We reserve the right. We're going to budget and do it. You're still allowed to do that. Otherwise, the maintenance level of service we're setting as we did our work back in the 90s when there were grants available. We've done our bit. And so that's what they determined. Now, we probably need to just affirm with our lawyer, are we still allowed to determine our level of service? I think the answer is yes, because council reserves the right to set the level of service based on your budget.
Right.
So in follow-up then, is there, maybe that's the recommendation from admin, because I don't think that that's a terrible idea either. Or are we allowed to look at these things as the money that's allocated, leverage it up? So if there's a drainage project where a particular landowner has a problem, maybe we can say, we'll work with you to clean it up and try to matching funds,
Okay, so I'm assuming that's, you have no more questions or comments, or do you, go ahead, Lucille.
I'm really gonna suggest that Beaver County, what they got here is probably what we should I think should follow, because otherwise I think we don't have the money to do all of that. So, and maybe, CEO back, getting that legal, making sure that we can adopt this, I think would probably one of the things that we need to do. But I think what Beaver County has here is It's probably very acceptable in our circumstances.
Okay. Councillor.
Why is the county named Beaver so mean to the critter they're named after?
Go ahead.
Well, beavers can be good.
As I recall, this is, correct me if I'm wrong, this is on our strategic priorities through our strategic plan. Is this something that, you know, perhaps I don't want to hold off or anything like that? Once we knock some of those higher level things, start going down and really putting that focus towards a registered training ditches?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, it was identified and we also committed to council even before we did strat priorities that we would have a draft discussion paper to you in April, and it's April 21st. So we achieved that. So that's what we wanted to do. We promised you we would, so we started the discussion.
Right.
If we don't get it resolved, that's fine. We've got some work to do this summer.
Yeah.
But I mean, in terms of the future, having, whether it was the mowing or this, having an adopted level of service helps everyone, helps the landowners, helps us, helps council. It establishes a budget baseline. We really need that for all our important services is level of service.
Yep.
Instead of, I have a notion of what the level of service is, Marshall does, Councillor Hall does. Council should adopt something and then we all know what it is.
Correct, understood. In response to your comments there, I would like to see it left more open rather than following procedures by Beaver County, because once we create a policy, sometimes there's things that we would like to do, but we're tied up because of a policy that we had put in place. Not saying that there's anything wrong with Beaver's policy here, but just saying. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
I thought I heard my colleagues say that they would be happy to change the logo or change the name and adopt something similar. And remember, policies are something that council always has the discretion to vary. So
Okay.
policy gives us the, as the CAO said, the standard operating procedure and the marching orders. And council always has discretion to, in a unique or any circumstance, vary from policy. We have the ability to vary from bylaws too. It just takes more work. So
Right, okay. Fair enough. Thanks for that. Okay, so somebody want to make a recommendation that from one of the three options on page 115, so we can either that the committee uses the attached information to provide feedback to administration for the creation of a policy and service level related to registered agricultural drainages, or B, to accept as information, or C, another course of action is directed by council. What's your pleasure? Page 115. Somebody would like to make a motion of some sort or a recommendation of some sort?
Do you guys require a motion or were we just accepting?
No, just a recommendation of which option we want. What page is that?
So on, at the table, there's some, I can't tell if it's a majority yet, that would be happy with something similar to what we see as the example. And if admin, I'm assuming that because you've provided it, you felt that that was a standard that was something we could live up to.
Go ahead.
It was the only outward facing one we could find.
Well, that's a different story. But I mean, I think it's it's good, it's clear, and it gives clear direction. So to me, that's a really good starting point. I feel like that is, at least for one other person at the table. And if it came back that similar to this, I'd be happy with it.
Well, then I'm willing to make the motion to accept this as information as presented.
As information? So that would be received as information. Yeah.
Receive, sorry, I was reading it off here, to receive this as information as presented.
Okay, and go ahead, sorry, Lucille.
I don't think that maybe uses the attached information right that information.
Sorry. I was thinking, like, that the committee uses the attached information to provide feedback to administration for the creation of policy and service levels related to registered agriculture drainages. So the attached information is all that was here,
Okay, so,
for the admin to take it back and create.
okay, but Councillor Calahoo was,
Yes, it hasn't been read yet, so, what you're saying makes more sense. Sorry, I got a.
okay, I was just gonna ask you, are you okay with that? Option A?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can receive this as the bullet point A, we'll call it. And just for curiosity, all in favor of that? Okay, I guess good to go. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Council.
And Ryan, thank you for all your work on that. That's awesome. You're correct.
Okay, we're just gonna take a 5-minute washroom break here. Yeah, got it. Thanks. Okay, new business 7.2, Friends of the Rochester Library Delegation. Where would you like to start?
I guess I would like to do the recommended motion. And unfortunately, administration's not in here right now to see if it would be able to come at the May 14th meeting.
Okay, so we better wait for CAO back. Go ahead.
Administration doesn't need to be in here for my comment, but I would like to back up Councillor Chamzak with that too. I think that this is something it's important that all council be around the table for understanding too that libraries do have their own legislation, but as a county we do need to be careful, especially getting all the answers and assessments and making sure we're making the right choice and especially with administration's time and so forth with the future plan.
Okay. Anybody? Okay, well, Councillor Chisholm, your turn.
So this land that's next to the fire hall, is that owned by the county? Like, I have no idea. Okay.
That whole strip.
Is owned by the county. Okay. So, and it's fully serviced, those strip,
No.
that's whole strip?
Yes and no. It's got water, or it's got sewer there and power, of course.
Okay.
That's it. There is no water in Rochester at this point. People
Okay.
haul water there.
Okay.
Through the chair to the CAO, as asked for the recommended motion for the availability for administration to bring something back for the May 14th meeting. Is that adequate time?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I mean, wouldn't take us long to have a look at what they've requested and potentially any other options that we could see. It's not that big of an exercise.
Thank you very much. I think we're ready.
Oh, just before that though, is it appropriate for us to just get a general around the table feeling for what we're thinking at this point, or should we be waiting for all of council before we have that discussion?
Can I address that? If there's quorum, Mr. Chair. Like, if you're not here, you're not here.
Okay.
But if you're gonna go down the path of every time someone's missing, we gotta redo a vote or wait or defer it, we might as well never have a meeting if make quorum 9 and never have a meeting if we're not all here. It's a bad practice. There's quorum. Move ahead.
Okay, you would like to make a motion then?
I made the motion for the recommended motion to bring before the May 14th meeting.
Okay, you got that motion, Ms. Blair? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. And guess what? We have the RMA district update, and that is for your reading pleasure. Unless you would like me to read all of it. You wouldn't mind. What? This is for information. So if you, go ahead.
I'm willing to make that motion.
Okay. Councillor Chamzak is making a motion that is accepted to receive it as information. The RMA district update. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I need a motion to adjourn. Okay. Councillor Callahoo makes the motion at 2:06 p.m.